United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner?
Here.
Mrs. Dauterberger?
Here.
Mr. Bauer?
Here.
Ms. Gray?
Here.
And Ms. Walsh?
Here.
All right, on to the 5 principles of Cruiser PLC.
Thank you. And before I begin, I want to recognize the great contributions that Joy Bach has made to the Cruiser PLC. We're very sad to see her go. But we are hopeful, and we are knowing that the future is bright for the Cruiser PLC, especially working with GMLEA and all the teachers. These are the 5 principles of the Cruiser PLC. We focus on learning, we collaborate, we take responsibility, we ask what are the results, we decide what to do next.
Thank you so much. On to item 4, review of belief statement and board norms.
We believe all cruisers are valuable. We will unconditionally serve, support, and inspire. Therefore, every cruiser will maximize their unique purpose, potential, and power to produce the results they want. Our board norms. As leaders of the district, we will always strive to support the mission and vision of the district, be prepared, informed, and ready for meetings, respect one another as elected representatives of the community, be open-minded and recognize one another's strengths, the value of diverse perspectives, and mutual commitment to the mission and vision of the district. Allow members to complete their thoughts and statements before others comment. Allow members to be heard and listen to all perspectives with an open mind. Stay focused on tasks at hand and respectfully redirect each other when needed. Maintain confidentiality and communicate per board policies. Ensure trust and transparency in all dealings. And after a vote is cast, leave meetings united as one voice, no matter the outcome.
Thank you. On to B, agenda approval.
So moved. Second.
Mrs. Gray is first, Mrs. Dauterberger is second. On to discussion. Hearing none, on to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner? Mrs. Dauterberger?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Ms. Gray? And Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item D, public participation. All right, we have none. On to item E, recognitions and presentations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first item tonight is a presentation from Nationwide Children's Hospital. They have slides that we've projected, and at your seat tonight there was an updated packet with a few additions in there. So I guess I will turn the floor over to you.
Great. Thank you so much for having me tonight. My name is Sarah Denny. I'm a pediatrician at Nationwide Children's Hospital, and I'm here tonight with Michelle Welsh, who is also from Nationwide Children's Hospital. She is our school-based health center practice manager. So we're going to share a little bit, kind of a broad overview of school health, in case you're not familiar with why we feel like it's so important, and then talk a little bit more specifically about this potential partnership. Okay, so why do we do school health when, we have hospitals and doctors' offices? The reason why is because we know there's a significant number of children who don't access healthcare services for a wide number of reasons. And that can be related to parents not taking time, being able to take time off work. It may be related to transportation. And so what we want to do is take the high quality care that we give in our pediatric offices and bring it to where the children are, which is in your schools. And so we try to serve communities where there's a significant need, where we know that there's children not accessing services. And then we have a lot of outcomes that we like to follow, one of which is reconnecting families with insurance. So that's a big thing where people fall off of insurance, and then it's very challenging for them to get back on. And so in the meantime, they don't seek care. Some of the things that we follow, obviously clinically, we're looking at well child visits, we're looking at vaccine rates, we're looking at chronic disease management. So that would be like our diabetic children, our children with asthma, behavioral health. We do a lot of primary care mental health within school health, so depression, anxiety, as well as ADHD. And then on the school side, we know that kids who are healthy aren't absent as much. if they're in school and they're feeling well, then they're ready to learn. They're less disruptive in class and they're more successful in the long term. So we know that having a school-based health center improves school attendance as well. Okay, so just kind of an overview of the services that we're proposing to bring to this partnership here at Groveport Madison would be primary care. So well child care, as you know. And when we think about school-based, sometimes we think about just school-aged children, but really our services are open to any children in the community. So if we have two students from a family who are seen in our school-based health center, and then they have a new baby, we can see that new baby here in the school health clinic as well. So we see anyone from newborn up to their 22nd birthday. And then we see them for a lot of reasons. We see them obviously for those health maintenance, preventative visits, sports, physicals, but also sick visits. So in this particular scenario, what would happen is if a child is at the elementary school, they have a fever, nurse calls mom can't get them in at their regular pediatrician, they can just call over to us and we can get them right in and see them for their sick visit. And then chronic disease management, I mentioned, we like to follow our children with chronic diseases very carefully to keep them very well controlled so they're not missing school. And then teen health as well. I mentioned already quite a bit about our primary care mental health with anxiety, depression, and ADHD. We work really closely with the schools and the teachers as we're making diagnoses, as we're adjusting medications. Obviously, that's all with a signed release of information that the family signs when they go through the consenting process. And then one of the really, really cool things that we have within school health is our telepsychiatry. So I'm sure you know about the struggles regarding mental health access for children. It's a huge problem. And so we have embedded within our system a psychiatrist who will do telepsychiatry with students once a week. And it's a really great option if maybe a student has problems that are beyond what we feel like, we've maximized our scope and we need kind of some assistance. Instead of putting them on a 6-month wait list, we're able to get that child in with a psychiatrist pretty much immediately. And they can access those appointments either from home or sometimes they'll come to our clinic and we'll just help them get on the Zoom call or whatever platform to do that visit. The dentistry program is also really neat. So a lot of school-based dentistry programs that you may hear about just come in and do preventative. So they'll come in and just do fluoride. But this program here is going to do both the preventative but also the restorative services. And that's really critical in areas where children have not been accessing dental care. We actually know that dental health is one of the key indicators of a community's general health. And so getting kids healthy teeth can really have long-term, impact. We know that kids sit through school with dental pain and it really can impact their learning. And so this is a really great way to start getting them linked with services. The dentists will be here doing those restorative services. We have x-ray, we have the exams, and then if they do need something more extensive, so say for example, there's so much damage that we need to do a sedation or something like that, then we would refer to the dental team at Nationwide Children's Hospital and then it would be done there. Okay, so have you guys all seen this space previously? Okay, so we if we move forward, we definitely need to make some changes, but they're actually pretty small. But in the meantime, we want to get the kids in the district starting to get some services before we're necessarily in the brick and mortar space. So Michelle manages all of our mobile units and she's already worked with the district on getting the mobile units out to the schools starting early next month. Okay, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. I'd rather get to your questions, but really, as I said, the construction's pretty minor. So once we get the green light, we're thinking probably we'd really like to start seeing patients in there by the end of December and maybe do like an official grand opening in January. This is the current space, and then just you can kind of see on here, the rooms in green on here now that are the vision rooms. We're going to convert one of them to another dental room, and we'll bring in the equipment to stock that. And then the other room is going to be a bigger lab. So we do a lot of on-site lab testing, so we need a bigger lab space. So we'll just convert that other room to that. The other thing that we think is really, really important, especially given the location of where this clinic is the transportation. We need to be able to get children from all of Groveport, Madison to the clinic, and we need to overcome any barriers they've been having related to transportation. So we're working with your team on how we'll set up a transportation program. Probably it'll be a van that'll shuttle between the schools so that every child has access to this service. Okay, and I'll stop there and open it up for questions.
Questions? How does the parents give permission for the services when, so say something happens at one of the schools and they need this service right away. So how is the parent give the permission? Is it verbally? Is it, I would think you'd have to have some type of signed document.
Absolutely. So that's a really good question. So it depends. If it's a well child visit, for example, that's scheduled in advance, we know that the child's coming. The parent will sign a universal consent form. That's consent to treat. It includes the release of information, all that kind of stuff. And we just went digital on that, so it'll go out through final forms. If there's a situation where, oh gosh, Johnny has a fever and a sore throat and they have a rash that looks an awful lot like strep, those children will not be coming through transportation. A parent is going to have to pick them up and bring them. And that's for several reasons that I can clarify in a minute. So the parent will be with them. So we'll have them sign consent when they get there. The reason why we don't at this point transport sick children is, one, they're on a bus or on a van with other children who are well, so we don't want to do that. The other thing is the transportation is usually set up for the week in advance, and so then all of a sudden having a last minute change kind of throws everything out of whack.
Okay.
Yep, good question.
What happens if they don't have insurance?
That is another great question. So if they're eligible for insurance, then we help them reconnect with insurance. So if they're eligible for Medicaid, for example, we help them get reconnected. We have paperwork that we give them at the visit. We also can link them with financial counselors. If they're not eligible for Medicaid, which is a decent number in your district, we have the HCAP form, which is our hospital sliding scale fee.
Okay.
And so we help them with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then one of the things that the last company that was in, they had no signage that was out to be visible from the road, so nobody knew where it was located.
Right.
Is that something that you guys were looking to do so that the public is aware of where this is located?
Yes. So we feel really strongly that there's two keys to success with this partnership and where that is located. Transportation being one and signage being two. And so Ty and his team, we've already had his team and our team with marketing kind of working together. And I believe that district leadership has decided instead of coming in off on Market, we're going to come back by the high school. And so, yeah, we'll do signage, all that stuff. Absolutely.
Yeah, because I just felt that was such a waste.
It was a big miss. Yeah, agree.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
Would this be the right time to ask questions about the contract, or should we wait till that's the item G3?
We should probably wait until G3.
If it's a question for me, then probably now, because I think we may not be here for the whole meeting.
Well, there was some stuff in there about a steering committee. I was curious who's going to be on that steering committee.
Yeah, that's a great question. So typically what we do when we come into a district is obviously there's a whole team involved. And so we'll do regular meetings, usually once a quarter while school's in session with the broader team and whoever you guys think is appropriate. Usually it's marketing, usually it's a nursing representative, usually it's some district leadership. and then people from our team. The steering committee is separate. We usually meet 1 or 2 times a year, and that is a smaller group, and it's really up to you guys who you think should be on that. But it's really thinking more long term. What are our long term goals here? What do we want to see? Like, what's working, what's not? What do we want to see grow from this partnership over the long haul? Even things like, okay, like we have a great data tracking system, and I mean you guys. Is there something we want to measure? Is there something we want to look at related to this work that we're doing together? So it's flexible. Like I mentioned last time I was here, I'm also the medical director for the Reynoldsburg partnership. So in that steering committee, it's sometimes the superintendent comes, sometimes it's the director of whole child supports, sometimes someone from behavioral health, our leadership, but we just keep it a little bit smaller just because it's more like, I don't know, strategizing, kind of thinking more long term.
Also, there's information or contractual language about data sharing and student study details. Has any of this proposal been presented to the parent advisory committee?
The parent advisory committee at Children's?
Of our school.
Oh,
Our school.
I don't know about that.
You didn't present to the parent advisory committee then?
The parent advisory committee is no longer, it served the term and then it's
I can't hear what you're saying.
the parent advisory committee had served its term, and according to our new policies, it has to be a purpose for the committee, and it has to be appointed by the superintendent. So that has not been done for this school year.
Thank you for that. So that'd be no. So can you give me more information about this study? Will the parents, do we have to do the study? Do they have, I mean, is it a mandatory thing for anybody who goes that they're involved in the study? It seemed like that's what the language was
So
suggesting.
the data sharing is more, it's not like a specific study. It's more like looking at aggregate attendance, for example, or maybe I'm not going to use this. I'm going to give you an example that we do in another district, but it wouldn't apply to here, but it just kind of gives you an idea. In several of our primary care clinics, we have a kindergarten readiness coordinator who meets with 3 and 4-year-olds. So a study that we're looking at is, of the 3 and 4-year-olds who met with the kindergarten readiness coordinator, how did their KRA scores compare to students who did not meet with a kindergarten readiness coordinator? So it's very aggregate level. We keep it completely de-identified, but that's kind of part of like the data sharing agreement, is that we can access those scores, match them with the student, and see if there's any difference in outcome.
So Nationwide Children's Hospital will decide what the research topics of the studies are?
Well, that would be something that potentially the steering committee could do. So, we have the data at our disposal. Is there something that we wanted to look at together?
So there will be transparency to the parents if their child's information is shared with Nationwide Children's Hospital.
I think that is like up to you guys. I don't know how you handle other data sharing.
We ran this past, excuse me.
Go ahead. Paul.
We ran this past our attorneys. We looked at the contract. We're not pulling individual student information. It's demographic data only. So it's kind of, well, not just demographic, but we're not pulling individual student information, personal information, none of that.
And the possible control of the data will be it could possibly be for 6 years plus, 9 years plus 6 years, right? Is that correct?
Typically, I haven't, since this has gone back and forth several times, I haven't seen the most updated, but our standard data sharing agreement, there's not typically an end date. But I will say the districts control the data. So if we're like, hey, we would love to look at attendance, and you are thinking, no, we don't want to, then I mean that's your prerogative. So you guys control your own data. We don't have access to your data unless you choose to share it.
Okay, thanks for sharing.
And that basically would come with the steering committee, that conversation about the strategic planning and kind of laying out the goals and such. And then at that point, determine what data points would be shared and then execute from that
Mhm.
step. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So another example that I can give you of like an opportunity where data sharing can be very helpful is we get claims data, and we can search the claims data by your service area. And then if we can match the claims data to the school rosters, we can identify which families are falling through the cracks, and we can reach out and say, hey, we have this clinic at Nationwide Children's Hospital, or like right in your district. Would you like us to make an appointment? So that would be another example where we're data sharing, but it's just to help identify those students. It's not going anywhere. We're not doing anything other than reaching out to the family.
I don't know if there are other questions, but I want to thank you so much for coming here tonight. We were really excited when we opened our school-based clinic, and you know, we've gone along, and now we're changing. I'm very excited for the opportunity. I mean, Nationwide Children's, everybody nationwide around the world knows Nationwide Children's to have a partnership like this, and with what you'll bring to us. And one of our presentations coming up here in a few minutes will be about our report card results. And you touched on so many things, that there are support services that need to happen to have kids ready to come to school, to be at school, to be ready to learn, to make sure health issues are being managed appropriately. And I'm very excited. This is one of the many things that goes into providing support for families so our kids can come here and be successful. And I appreciate the opportunity to have a partnership with Nationwide Children's.
I do have a question. I'm not sure if this is the right place to insert it. But when it comes to the conveyance agreement, we have a lot of fairly expensive equipment that makes our clinic whole. And no offense, but if something were to happen and you guys would say, hey, we don't have enough customers, this isn't working out the way we want, I don't see a reason why we wouldn't just convey for use and not just give away this amount. We're conveying this to you, correct? This equipment?
That piece I am not 100% sure on. I would have to, I believe so. I think part of it has to do with the maintenance and upkeep of it
Okay.
becomes challenging. But I can get back to you on that.
Yeah, I mean, I would hate to see some of these are really expensive pieces, and you know, at the end, we don't want them all to disappear, right? So I think it would be great if the conveyance agreement could last for the duration of your service, right? And I don't know if there's a way to work that out, but it wouldn't make sense to me to open up potential opportunity for everything just to go away if you all were to decide it was time for you to move on, etc. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think we can check on that. Another part of this equipment was originally purchased with grant money.
Yes. Thank you.
So
Yes.
I think, and I know the attorneys looked at this for how it would work, but I think there's some type of obligation because it was a school-based clinic grant for us that ultimately it would have to come back to us, even though like with our previous vendor, they had it while they were working there, but then came back to us. We inventoried, got everything back, and then doing the conveyance agreement. I don't know if that was for insurance purposes or maintenance purposes or things like that, but I know we had that conversation that it was purchased with a grant, and so it would have to stay with the clinic.
Yeah, and also we don't have. I've looked up some of the equipment, but we don't have in this spreadsheet like the total dollar value. And I think that's important because we have some statutory requirements before we can give away taxpayer owned equipment, which I believe this is, whether it was grant based or whether we purchased it, it's owned by the taxpayer, not by us. So I would love to see us just tie up that loose end. So, you know, I'm sure you're not, you guys wouldn't be a problem, but you know, with other maybe transportation contracts, like, you know, hey, where's our fuel metering system, that kind of thing. I'd like to see it tied up so that nothing disappears.
Yeah, that was, thank you for the reminder, it was purchased through the ODH grant for the primary one clinic setup.
I did have one other question.
Sure.
I do see in your our current state we had a combination of both eye, medical, and dental. With the future state or proposed state that you have, we kind of lose that piece. So what about those students? And if I missed it, I just want to make sure is it going to be kind of picked up in those other exam rooms? And do we have a 24 to 48-hour lab for glasses? Because we also had a lab for glasses as well.
Yeah, so in order to truly support a dental team, we needed to increase the number of chairs. And then, you know, we needed the lab. So while we will not be offering vision services, we will link the students to, we'll get them into a vision center. Most likely, we have one right at Reynoldsburg, so it's on the same side of town. We'll get them appointments at that vision center so that they can get them quickly.
Okay. And is there a mobile vision type?
No.
There's not. Okay.
No.
Thank you.
It's a
That was
brick and mortar vision center.
Thank you.
So could you dig in deeper into that? Are you saying we will not at our facility be providing any vision services after this starts?
Correct. Yes. However, this partnership was being negotiated at the onset, it was decided it was going to be primary care and dental to start.
Will we have space? Let's say that we found a group or an optometrist or whatever who wanted to donate their time for limited amounts of time for screening, etc. Will the equipment and the space still be there, or you're taking that out?
The space will not be there because it's being converted to dental,
Um,
and the other room's being converted to a lab.
I think that also is critical, as it would make no sense to convey all the expensive vision equipment to you guys if you're not going to use it, right? So if we kept that in house, we could possibly have a space to use that somewhere else. We could possibly put it in one of our nursing facilities at the high school or one of the elementaries and still have it available. So conveying equipment that's not in the usage plan, I don't think also makes any sense. Excuse me.
So I'll have to, when you guys like make your comments, I'll have to bring that back up because that's like out of my,
That's more.
I'm just the doctor who's going to
that's
see
more
the
our thing.
patients.
That's more our inventory thing than your
Yeah.
thing.
I guess then from a pediatrician standpoint, like exam 2 looks a little bit bigger. Would it be possible to have it as a dual space for an exam and have the eye equipment placed there? And I don't know that's why I'm asking you as the doctor if that was an option. As Mr.
Right.
Kushner was
Yeah.
saying.
I mean, the exam, the rooms are currently like for medical exams. I think that they're totally adequate space. The trick with the eye is that you need the eye lane that is at least 20 feet long. Yeah. No, you got it.
I'm sorry. I'm relying on closed captioning for some of this. It looked like you said rely on the high or need the high lane.
Eye lane. So that's the lane.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're 20
Right.
feet from the.
Yes. Thank you.
I was
cell
trying to
chart.
figure out how we could possibly use a space to combine what
Right.
you were saying with the
Yeah.
equipment. And she was explaining, that's what I was asking from a doctor's perspective. And she was saying we needed more space. So the exam room wouldn't give us that eye lane, the
Yeah.
20 feet, I believe, in order to do an appropriate eye exam, correct?
Correct. We also don't have the staff to staff a vision clinic is the other piece at this point in time. Now that is definitely something that we want to grow, but it has been incredibly challenging.
What do we have for data as far as how this space has been used so far, how many patients we've been seeing in a month, etc.
The clinic hasn't been open this year. We made the decision to move from the previous company, and part of the issue was there was not much activity over there. So our goal with this, and one of the things we talked about, is making sure we can get students there. And I do want to go back to when we talked about transportation, nothing would prohibit a parent from taking their child. Not just a sick child.
Oh, yeah.
They could make appointments if it's like, I don't want my student to go
Oh, yeah,
on a van
absolutely.
alone or something like that.
For sure.
A parent could schedule the appointment, pick their kid up and take them there. But that would be our hope, to obviously increase utilization. And I know that's nationwide, not to speak for you, but that's part of our conversation we had with them in the beginning, is making sure this is successful, because they don't want to put a bunch of staff and resources and not get utilization.
Do you have like I'll say for lack of better terms, like a proof of concept time frame? Do you have an initial time frame where you're going to evaluate if there's enough business to justify your presence, or how does that work?
Well, how we start is obviously with really robust marketing and messaging to your district. We typically would go to each of the schools, meet with the teachers, because the teachers and the nurses are big referrers to our clinics. They're the ones who are sitting in a parent-teacher conference, and that parent discloses, this challenge or that challenge. So that'll be kind of the initial step. We also will be obviously prioritizing Groveport Madison students, but also opening it up to the community, so that other kids who maybe go to a private school or go to a charter school are able to access, to help with volume. And then, we have a lot of strategies. Like I mentioned, we use the claims data list to help identify families. And so we do a really all hands approach where we're calling families, we're really trying to reach out and get to them. There hasn't been a clinic yet that we've opened, and we have clinics in Shelby, Ohio, Mount Vernon, Columbus City, Reynoldsburg, where we've said, well, we don't have enough students, so we're going to close. I mean, it definitely is a partnership. Like, we need your help as much as, our marketing team's doing stuff. We need, when you guys are out in the community, be talking about it too.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I would just like to say thank you. I really hope that this works out, because I think our community really needs it. And I was very disappointed that it didn't work the last time, but I think just from hearing you talk about the marketing and things that will happen, I think that will really help, because I just felt that was so lacking before. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
All right, on to item 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. The superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education adopt resolutions recognizing October as National Disability Employment Awareness Month and National Italian American Heritage Month. First resolution, to observe National Disability Employment Awareness Month, whereas National Disability Employment Awareness Month celebrates contributions of America's workers with disabilities, past and present, and showcases supportive, inclusive employment policies and practices. And whereas the Groveport Madison School Board recognizes the important role of people with disabilities play in a diverse and inclusive American workforce. Whereas the Groveport Madison School District is dedicated to reinforcing the value and talent of people with disabilities, add to our community. Now therefore be it resolved that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education observe October as National Disability Employment Awareness Month at our meeting tonight.
So move.
Second.
Mr. Kirschner as first. Mrs. Dottelberger as second. On to roll call, please.
And is this for both of them? Because we have it listed as one.
It
That's
was,
what I'm
it was listed as a single item. Do you want me to read the second one or vote separately?
Oh, if it's together, then I guess. we
Okay.
just-
Yeah.
My apologies for that. Also recognizing October as Italian American Heritage Month, whereas the month of October is recognized nationally as Italian American Heritage Month, celebrating the contributions of Italian Americans to the culture, history, and prosperity of the United States. And whereas the Italian American community is one of the largest ethnic groups in the United States, and its members have profoundly influenced our nation's progress in fields such as government, business, the arts, sciences, and education. Now therefore be resolved, the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education observe October as Italian American Heritage Month at our monthly meeting tonight.
I move that we recognize October as National Disability Employment Awareness Month and Italian American Heritage Month.
Second.
And Mr. Kirschner is first, Mrs. Dottelberger as second. On to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
Mrs. Dotterberger?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item 3.
Okay, our next item tonight is the report card update. And I led one in on this a little bit with Nationwide Children's. And I want you to think about where we've been and where we've come as a district. And while there are very good results, and there are certainly areas we'll talk about that are needs for improvement, that things have to come together on many levels to be successful. Mike mentioned in the morning about working with the association leadership in the work that we do. Having a school-based health clinic so kids can be healthy. Making sure our buses run on time so kids get to school. Providing universal breakfast and lunch so kids aren't hungry while they're in classes. Reducing acts of violence and different things we've done with MTSS and focusing on reducing discipline. And really when it comes down to it, the principals and the teachers in the building rolling up their sleeves and digging in and doing the important work. So this is really, as we look at things to celebrate, as we look at things to work on, this is a reflection of what we do as an entire district. And I think there are a lot of moving pieces in place. So having said that, I know Mike is going to give us a detailed analysis and trend of the report card data. Mike.
Welcome everyone to my favorite board meeting of the year. Board members, everyone in the audience, everyone in the community, anyone who has watched online, anyone who has heard me talk about education knows I'm the state report card's biggest fan. In the last 2.5 years that I've worked here, and Carol too, we've emphasized truth and transparency, and I talked about the data. The data matters. We love the data because the data doesn't lie. The best way that we can emphasize truth and transparency is to do a live walkthrough of the state report card. We should do that we need to do that every single year. In fact, every single school district needs to do that. When a school district doesn't do a live walkthrough of the state report card, you need to start asking questions. Let's get to it. Let's walk through ours. I also think it's important that everyone in the audience and everyone at home, everyone in the community knows how to navigate the state report card. So I'm going to do it like I did last year, and I'm going to start from the beginning. The first thing that we want to do is we just want to go to a search engine. We're going to Google Ohio report cards. That's all you have to do to access this information. Ohio report cards. The first hit you're going to get is Ohio school report cards. You click there. In the search box, you put Groveport Madison local. It'll pop up right below it. And we arrive at our report card. I want to help you navigate this, so I'm going to show you the first page. We're going to take a look first. This is our first stop. Our 3.5-star rating. We'll talk a lot about that. I'm going to tell you exactly what that means. We're going to walk through each of the components. Also on this page, you're going to find information about our district students from last year, the chronic absenteeism rate of this year, and our district teachers, and you're able to navigate to every single school building. This is where you go. This is one of the places you go if you have a child in one of these school buildings. Go first to that school building. check it out completely. I'm going to explain everything about the district tonight. You need to go directly to your school building and find out the most precise information about where your children attend schools. So what you do is you just click on each one of those. It also gives you a summary of all of the individual building star ratings. As we go back to the top of the page, again, we see that 3.5 star rating. We had that 3.5 star rating last year, and everyone knows I've studied this report card for 22 years now. There have been 7 versions of the Ohio report card over the last 22 years. We hit 3.5 stars last year. That was majorly significant. We came out of the basement. We raised ourselves out of the basement. And I'm going to further emphasize that when I show you some slides explaining exactly where we are among Ohio schools. We're going to first stop there at achievement. You remember I did this last year? I talked a great deal. I won't talk as much this year about performance index. I loved explaining that, but I'm going to show you some things that are very important. The first thing on this page on the left side, you see that our proficiency has gone up to 72.6. What I want to really point out is how these bands are growing at the top. These 3 bands at the top are growing larger, while the bands at the bottom are growing smaller. That's where our performance index improves. We have more students performing at higher levels, and we get more credit for each one of them. You remember last year I showed you the proficiency trends and the calculation. The calculation, let me make that a little bit larger for us. That might help a little bit. So what we're hoping to do is we need to have more students in the proficient, accomplished, and advanced class levels. Because as you see, we get 1, 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3 points for those levels. We don't get nearly as many points for the basic and limited levels. It goes down to basic 0.6 and limited 0.3. You can see correspondingly, the points over here are much lower. So as we continue to grow, as we continue to improve, we get more students performing at higher levels, and indeed we did that from the last year. On the right side, what I showed you last year, I'm going to show you the same thing this year. Some of the things we want to look at, the comparison by tested grade, the trend by tested grade, and you can click on each one of these, and I encourage you to do this for each of the grade levels all the way through high school. When you click on each one of them, you can see exactly what the trend is for both English language arts and mathematics. That's achievement. I want to show you now, and we're going to talk about those 2 stars and what those mean in just a little bit. Next, we're going to navigate to district at a glance and go to now progress. Our progress stars are impressive. We have 4 stars in progress. Another teaser for a little bit later in a few minutes when I show you what we get from progress, what we're going to get in addition to just in improving our progress. The best way that you can click on the tab, the best way to understand progress is to click here. On the first set, that's English language arts. Then mathematics, science, and all tests. It tells you which grades. And it shows you the progress levels. Down here is the key. What we're looking for is green first. That means we meet state expectations. The good news is there's a lot of green on this page. The next thing that we're looking for is a light blue. We see that in math and in all tests. We see that improvement. That means that students are making more progress than expected. And when we have this darkest level in mathematics 6th and 7th grade, that is showing dramatic improvement. In fact, it means significant improvement from the state. And then at the bottom of this, I couldn't show it on the first screen. We'll highlight it now. We're going to make a big deal about what the high school has done this last year. Give me a few minutes to do that. It's been tremendous improvement. That's progress. And progress is over a 3-year period. So this is not just 1-year snapshot. This is progress over 3 years in cohorts. Next, gap closing. In gap closing, there's another impressive 4 stars. And I want to point out to you, whenever there's a 3-star rating, that means you meet state expectations. So 3, 4, or 5 is exactly what we're looking to do. And in gap closing, just like progress, we have 4 stars. In gap closing, I think we should go here. This is the best way that you can look at how we're doing in gap closing. I'll make that a little bit larger too. And we'll first look at ELA. As you're navigating this, I want to point out what this all means. And there's a key down below. These are all subgroups. All students, multiracial students with disabilities, Asian or Pacific Islander, white non-Hispanic, black non-Hispanic, economic disadvantage, Hispanic and English learner. These circles out to the right side, Those are goals set by the state of Ohio for all school districts for particular subgroups of students. If the bar touches that goal, that means we are meeting the goal. And again, we're exceeding state expectations right now. You can see exactly what subgroups by hovering over it that are meeting the goal and those who still have a gap. That's why this is the gap closing component. There are still groups of students who have a gap between what is expected by the state of Ohio as the goal that state of Ohio has set for that particular subgroup and what our students are doing. And as I scroll down here, you can see some of these actually touch, sometimes they're inside of, sometimes they're outside of. Those are the goals, those are the gaps we have to continue to address. I want to show you the same in math. Again, the go out to the right, the circle. If we touch it, that means we have met it. If we're outside of it, that means there's still a gap. You see, in math, there's lots of improvement happening right now. Most of these are within or touching the bar. Whether or not, we have to address those. We are talking with the principals are talking with their staffs. We're understanding where our bleeds are around this district. A bleed is where we have to devote most of our attention on the state report card. What is bleeding right now? We've already met about that. We're talking about that. And now we're meeting individually with principals with our teaching and learning team. We're sitting down with them and figuring out exactly how to approach with their teachers these gaps. Next, let's go to district at a glance again. That's at the top of the page. And we're going to look at graduation. Graduation, see, we're at 91.6. You might have also seen that we raised that to a 90 or to a 3-star status. We're meeting a state expectations. To get to the next level, we need to have 4 stars. I'm also going to explain where that is. This is a 2-year graduation cohort. So this is not even last year's. This is the year before that. And we're also graded on the students who don't graduate in 4 years. That's where you get the 5th year graduation rate. We got 37.1 points from that. We were just shy of getting to a 93 on that particular cohort. We can work on that because if you look later or look down below, you look at the details, you can see how we're grading out in the 5-year graduation rate component and then also comparison trends. What I'm focusing on right now for everybody is that just because a student hasn't graduated in 4 years doesn't mean that we shouldn't help them graduate in 5 years. And for the state report card purposes, we get more points. It absolutely matters. It's 40% of the graduation rate component rating. And then also, we take a look at those particular students, the 8.2% who did not graduate in their cohort when they were expected to graduate in 4 years. What have we done with them? Well, one thing that I'm looking at, we're talking about with the high school staff or the principals already, is the 74.4 percentage at the bottom. Students who are no longer enrolled in high school. This is where we need to know what they're doing that 5th year when they're no longer with us. We need to have constant contact with them, get them into the school, help them understand we're going to help you graduate. That needs to be much higher. That needs to be much lower. We need to make sure that we have contact with all of our graduates so they know that we're still going to help them graduate. Next, we're going to look at early literacy. Early literacy has 2 stars. This is a major area for us to improve. Now, what I want to point out to you this year is the same as last year. It's the same every year on the state report card for early literacy. It does not count this fall. This fall's data does count. It's not included on this report card. So the ELA curriculum that was introduced and implemented fully last year, we can't see the results on this until next school year. This component lags behind. So these 2 stars need to get higher. I'm going to show you why in just a few minutes. The 6th component, well, this is a fun one. This is the first year it's ever been counted. It's the college, career, workforce, and military readiness component. We do meet state expectations. I'm going to show you what makes up this entire component. But the 74.9 is important. because of the next level, the level that gets us 4 stars, is 75. Yes, 1/10 away from 4 stars in this component, which is very impressive. What does that mean? I'm going to show you what that means. How would we get that? And again, this also lags behind a full year. This is not the students from last year who graduated. But if you look down this list, you're going to see these asterisks over to the side. There are 11 of them. Every one that is identified is what is figured in to the calculation. So what that 0.1 means for the next star level is that if we had one more person in any one of these categories, pre-apprenticeship, taking dual enrollment, which is College Credit Plus, getting remediation-free scores on the ACT or SAT, we would have had 4, but we're that close. And I want you to keep in mind, we're that close because I'm getting to one of the most exciting parts of all of this. I also want to show you again how to navigate. Some very important information is still at the bottom of the page. I encourage everyone to look at the gifted data, the district detail, and the financial data. I'm going to focus on district detail right now to show you the wealth of information that's provided for us about our school district. We go back up to the top of the page. It includes information about the district students and the district staff. Enrollment, chronic absenteeism, which we're going to have a highlight in just a second. Chronic absenteeism, thankfully, is falling across the state of Ohio. That's fantastic. Almost all districts are showing improvement. Almost all areas are showing improvement. We have a partnership with Stay in the Game. It's with the crew, the Columbus crew. And Principal Chris Mosier is responsible for it. He is working with all the other buildings, providing incentives, focusing on improving the chronic absenteeism rate still. Attendance and mobility, district staff. I just want to show you where this is. It shows you about all the educators in the district, including also the counselors, the nurses, psychologists, the interpreters, and so on. Everyone is listed here. You can see how many of those we have. We can also see students per educator and what the state average is for students per educator. Again, take the time, go through the state report card. Look at every single detail that you possibly can because every single detail matters. Just like that 0.1 that we are away from, the college, career, military, workforce readiness component, we have to be cognizant and mindful of every single student. I'll go back again to graduation. Those 5th-year students need to know we want to help them graduate. That's an effort that we have to have at the high school. All right, now I have some fun things to show you. You'll remember this from last year. We want to talk about our nearest school district, our nearest neighbors, our nearest competitors, our friends. Let's pull them apart a little bit so you can know exactly who we're talking about. You may remember this from last year too. Last year, there were 3 school districts who showed improvement on the state report card. The rest remained the same. This is this year. This year, there's a new category that we can put on this slide. It's a decline. So there were 3 area school districts. 3 of our neighbors actually went down in their performance. Taze Valley went up again. That's impressive. It's rare to see a school district increase by a half star in successive years. I showed this to you last year too. I want to go right to this year because you're going to see it's very similar. So this is the overall star distribution among all districts in Ohio. Going to 3.5 stars or staying at 3.5 stars again puts us with most school districts in the state of Ohio, as opposed to where we once were, with 3 stars being among the lowest performing 26.2 districts in the state of Ohio. This is also important because we want to know how many school districts are where we want to live. This is where we need to be. We need to be a 4-star school district. We need to be a 4.5-star school district. This is our ambition. This is what's within reach. On the other hand, you can also see how many schools are 2.5 stars or below. Let's take it to another level, that 4.5 to 5 stars. Only 23.3% of the school districts in Ohio are 4.5 or 5-star school districts. Groveport, Madison needs to be one of those. You might remember this last year. This is by geography, where our schools are and what their star status was. Let's go to this year. Again, navigate to each building and see exactly what their stars mean. For the middle and high school, this was last year, and now this year. You can see that Groveport Madison High School is now performing where the state expects all schools to perform in a 3-star status. Middle School Central, I want to save some talk about them for just a couple more minutes. They had one of the most remarkable school years I've ever seen in the 22-year history of the report card. As for buildings, this year, 78% of the buildings in Ohio, there are 3,600 different buildings in Ohio. 78% of them, you can see where our buildings are in 3-star status or above. This year, Central and North are both 4-star school buildings, joining the elite in Ohio. I asked the principals to put together and give me what they think with their staff would be the highlights for their buildings. I'm not going to read all these. I'm going to highlight some of these, but for each of the buildings, student attendance average at 92 is pretty strong. Exceeding the district average in ELA and Ohio average in math for the 3rd grade for Asbury. Dunlow, the gap closing, 4 stars, that went up from last year. 2nd highest performance index in the entire district, and the highest proficient, accelerated, advanced levels in the last 5 years. That's important for Dunlow because that's how we increase our PI, more students performing at higher levels. For Glendenning, 4 stars in gap closing, that was an improvement. Chronic absenteeism, improving from 25% to only 20% of the students in chronic absenteeism status. Groveport, gap closing, 5 stars, can't do better than that. Met the chronic absentee indicator. 3rd grade math improvement, when you improve by double-digit percentages, you've done something pretty amazing. For Madison, progress in 4 stars, again. For Sedalia, both 4 stars in progress and also in gap closing, and 4th and 5th grades exceeded the district average on all tests. At Central, this is where I was going to tell you, I was going to pause for a second. Central, overall rating this year is a 4. That was an increase. Progress increased to a 4. Gap closing, a 5. Again, that's the highest you can get. In the 22 years I've studied the state report card, it is exceedingly rare that you see a staff and the students perform as well as Central did last year. That is just a tremendous victory for that building, and the principal and the staff deserve all the credit for that. It is a remarkable performance that you don't see very often. They raised their PI by 8.82%. That's absolutely tremendous. At North, again, North got a 4-star rating. Again, 4 stars in progress. And now gifted value added data, 5 stars. When I came here a couple years ago, we were all concerned about gifted services. We worked hard on gifted services. That building in particular is showing that hard work has paid off. Groveport South, 6th and 7th ELA met growth expectations. 7th and 8th exceeded growth expectations in math. And she wanted me to highlight science met the growth expectations in 8th grade. That is important. I'm glad that she included that. At Groveport Madison High School, now this is where it gets fun. Every single end of course exam showed improvement. Groveport Madison High School is on its way with a 10 percentage point improvement in biology. So again, every end of course exam was an improvement. We have not seen that before. We need to focus as we wrap this up on chronic absenteeism. The green arrow going down is good in this case. The chronic absenteeism for the district going down from 35 to 31, that's a significant improvement. And the same is true of most of our schools. You can look down the list and you can see some of them really show some significant improvement. That's not by luck. That's not by chance. That's made by principals and teachers making sure that they have engaging lessons, they have relationships and good rapport with students and also with families, that they're understanding what they can do to help students get to school. So what does all this mean? Here's our overall state report card. Our 3.5 overall rating, 2 in achievement, 2 in early literacy. Remember, achievement, we improve achievement by improving our test scores. There's no other way to look at it. When I'm talking about higher performances on the test scores, this is the component that does it. What's important though is that achievement figures into progress. So test score performance figures into progress. Test score performance achievement figures into gap closing. Same thing for graduation. Because the more students who we can help achieve at higher levels, the more students who are eligible for graduation in the traditional route, doing well on all the state tests. We do that, that's where we're going to get to 4 stars. And in fact, and remember I told you, we're only 1/10 of a point away from 4 stars. So what I want to do, strip all that away and just focus on the numbers. And more precisely, what those numbers represent. This is the overall, this is how we get the calculation for the overall rating. 50% of it is an achievement, test score performance, and the progress that we're showing, the 3-year progress by each cohort who's tested. So they're not just good 1 year, there's a 3-year indicator that they're progressing. Gap closing and graduation, early literacy, and the last component, college, career, workforce, and military readiness, are all 12.5. So I show that to you because, again, that's our report card. Here's our most reasonable path to 4 stars. What do we have to do to get to 4 stars? Here is the rational calculation for that. Progress and gap closing stay at least 4 stars. Achievement for the district goes to 3 stars. You can see we're well on our way. Last spring, we had lots of double-digit improvement performances in achievement on the state test. Graduation moves from 3 to 4. Early literacy moves from 2 to 3. That's a fair expectation after we've spent over a year, implementing a new curriculum, which I'll remind you was the first new curriculum shared by the 6 elementary schools in 14 years. So that's what they've worked on. That's what they're implementing. That's what will get us to 3 stars. And again, we just get 1/10 of a point. We're to 4 stars. That is our first pathway to 4 stars. Everyone, it's certainly within reach. We are almost there right now. One last thing I want to show you. I want to take you again to the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce and to this page. I remember a couple years ago, it was our very first admin council. That's with all the district leaders, including the principals, the assistant principals, all the supervisors and the coordinators. We met in this room and we talked about what it means to implement a PLC. When you are successful in that implementation, you start to get recognized for it. You're invited places to present. You are also considered for awards. You work down this page. The first award that I thought we could attain, I'll make this a little bit larger. Maybe I won't. There we are. It's the Momentum Award. Let me read to you what it says. The Momentum Award is for districts and buildings that have demonstrated outstanding improvement and achievement while also continuing to show growth. The Momentum Award is for districts and buildings that have improved their performance index by 3 or more points from the previous report card to the current report card and received a value-added progress rating of 4 or more stars. Districts and buildings are not eligible for this award if they receive an overall rating of 4 stars. There's an exceedingly low number of school buildings and districts who have 4 or 5 stars. So it's almost still all the remaining school districts in Ohio. I want to show you what that means, how many school districts received this award last year. That's it. 7 school districts in the state of Ohio received that award. Let's look at that again. So why do I tell you this? I'm excited. That's why I'm telling you this, because let's go back. I have been in constant contact throughout the summer, all the way till last week, with a person who works for the Department of Education and Workforce, and as you can glance over that and tell you where we are. We are 100% eligible for this Momentum Award, for an award only 7 districts had last year. There's also a building, I'll go back to Groveport, Madison Middle School Central, who was also eligible for this Momentum Award. We've had about 10 buildings over the last several years qualify for this award. Again, that PI score moving from 67.9 to 76.8, a change of 8.82 is tremendous. And Central also has a progress rating of 4 stars. So Am I rolling out the banner right now? I can't. Because this award, even though we are absolutely verifiable, eligible for this award, isn't announced until February, several months from now. And you can see the reason for that delay. It's because vendors have to be chosen and certificates have to be printed and banners have to be printed. So I am not allowed to say that we have officially received this award. I am telling you 100% we are eligible for this prestigious award. All right, thank you. If you're looking for someone to credit, it's absolutely the teachers and everyone who supports them. Any questions?
As always, great presentation, a lot of information, and you went through it quickly, which is good. Can you touch on back to the early literacy so we just implemented science of reading and CKLA curriculum, and so there's a delay in the rating for that. Can you explain that, please?
Yes, because it includes fall testing. That's why it's a year behind. And so we're doing fall testing. The scores now will be figured into the spring testing for this coming spring, and then we'll get that at the end in September. So that's where it lags behind. It includes spring testing and then fall testing. So that's not probably, I don't know if that's what they always intended, but that is indeed how it is. And so we're a year behind for early literacy. Implementing the curriculum last year will pay off for next year. Good question.
I have a question about
Certainly.
the graduation rate.
Yeah.
For those that are no longer enrolled in school, is it possible that we would get credit if we had a program for the GEDs?
Any way that they can receive their graduation, that counts for us, yes.
Okay.
So a fifth year student, one who didn't graduate with the other students from that particular class, we have to do everything we can from the moment that year ends to help them understand you can still be with us. We want you here. We want to help you. It's a variety of programs that can be offered to them.
Okay. Do we have the GED available?
We don't.
Yeah.
I don't believe. We do not.
Okay. Is that something we can look into?
This is something we do with credit recovery at the high school already. But the key is helping the students and their parents and their families understand that just because that opportunity has passed, it doesn't mean that their opportunity has passed. It's just that, yes, that's what we need to do.
Yeah, I was just thinking along the lines of, say they're no longer in school, but they're working full time, but if they could do things online to get their GED or
Certainly.
anything like that, then that way they would still be able to get that diploma or that.
The best way we can improve that particular score is to help them directly. For them to help them come in, be with somebody who's monitoring, who's working with them, who's helping them navigate the process. We are not in favor of just turning them over to an online provider and hoping for the best.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just think it's incredible that the amount of momentum and the momentum award is perfect for us because we're starting to see now all of the improvement across the board. I read an article where several districts actually lost half a star or a full star. Do you know off the top of your head how many districts that was?
I don't know how many lost a full or a half star. That distribution, though, is vital for our understanding. We need to live in the 4.5 and the 5. That's our goal. That's where we need to remain. Within our local area, it's significant that 3 of our neighbors dropped a half star. By the way, those who are at 2 stars, I want to explain this. All those schools, all the major school districts in major metropolitan areas, they're our largest cities in the state of Ohio. So when you're at 2 stars, that's where you're living. 2.5, and some of our neighbors fell to 2.5. We were at 3. We have gone the right direction. That's where the momentum is.
Thank you. I know last year you shared, we put together a presentation, kind of like our trend,
Yeah.
like where we were for 2020. So I was
Well, that was another presentation.
I will,
Invite me back.
Well, I thought you kind of put it in this one too. I thought last year where you kind of shared where we were and then kind of how we progressed, because it'd be great to look kind of where we started from. Because we've had some great staff join our team, and amazing administrators and teachers. So just kind of wanting to see like the trend for that. I didn't know if you had.
Yeah,
we
that was a
had in
separate
your-
presentation. Let me do that one for you too.
Okay, I didn't know if it was in your little, your
Not
bag.
yet. Not yet.
Thank you.
I would just like to thank the district, the teachers, the staff for all their hard work. Um, I know there were a lot of changes and the way things have been done, and I appreciate them stepping up and working really hard for our students and our community. So thank you.
Yes, same thing.
Yeah, I second that. And I just want to say, when you talk about our trends, if you remember, if it was 3 or 4 years ago, we set a goal for the college and workforce development, and we struggled over that goal. And we did a stretch goal, and it was like 36%. We exceeded that, and now we're looking at almost 75%. And I feel really good about us making the 4 stars next year, because what's not in there is we doubled our construction pathway. We added the military pathway. We added advanced classes and uh, college and career, sorry, not college, the college credit plus classes. I'm feeling really good about that, Mr.
To
Morbidson.
your point, Mr. Smathers, I failed to point this out. I highlighted the 74.5 and that we're 1/10 away from the next star level. Just below that, change from previous year, a double-digit increase. That's what you're talking about, Mr. Smathers.
Yes, again, congratulations to our entire team, the teachers, the aides, everyone who's in the building supporting our kids. It definitely shows the hard work despite of everything, what's happening with our students and our families. So looking forward to what's to come and the Momentum Award. We're going to pray about that and cross
We
our
look forward
fingers.
to next year.
Yes,
Absolutely.
thank you all so much.
Okay, so we did not have any board items listed this agenda, so onto the superintendent agenda, we have department reports. And actually, I'll have Terry and CBS come up first.
tough, tough, tough act to follow. But I do want to say that student achievement is based on having a transportation system that delivers service to students safely on time, and we like to say ready to learn. And we think we've done a pretty good job at that, and I think that's contributed to this wonderful progress, incredible report, and I'm very proud to be a part of this overall organization, because you are truly trending in the right direction. So my report stands as submitted. A couple quick comments, very quick comments. We're still struggling to keep up. We have kept up with the number of drivers. We lose too many drivers for, we call it stupid stuff, and we only fire them when they have to be fired for obvious reasons. You have the report, the pipeline report. It's going very well. Our new transportation liaison, Tanya's doing a great job. She's helping us with recruiting and a lot of onboarding information and that kind of progress. Our Zonar, our Versatrans, our bike curve, everything is up to date. All the technology is working. We now have real on-time performance through our dispatch software. That's brand new. We have, I understand, the installation of the fuel meter system coming pretty soon. Is that true? And so our next step is the quotes on the external cameras to capture the passing motorist, and we'll be keeping you abreast. We'll be being with law enforcement. What happens there with the cameras, the AI on it captures the motorist, automatically sends the transportation the notice, and then it goes to law enforcement. And so we negotiate with your the highway patrol, the sheriffs, and local police how to follow up on that. That's a very big situation, very important feature here in Groveport. We have a lot of passing motorists, like crazy numbers of passing motorists. School Bus Safety Week, I wanted to share with you that we all know there's a huge divide in Congress. They just can't get along. They can't even keep the government open, right? But over here is House Bill 498, passed in July of 2006, unanimously passed by the U.S. House of Representatives. And what this does is restate in resolution format the goals and ideals of School Bus Safety Week. Next week is School Bus Safety Week, and we celebrate School Bus Safety Week a lot of ways. We let the drivers know how important it is, and through this resolution, we restate the details: 480,000 buses, you know, and the safety record of a school bus. There's 25 million kids that ride the school bus every day, 25 million kids that get to school by other means. School buses, we lose an average of 4 student fatalities a year for the kids riding the buses. We lose roughly 1,000 kids a year for going to and from school, for kids who go to school other means. And that's how important this is. So the drivers need to know all that effort, everything they've learned to try to make the school bus service safe is very important. The construction, obviously, of the school bus, very important. You guys have a great fleet. I mean, you have, I think, the best overall operation I've seen in the state of Ohio. I mean, the way the Teresa and the team and our team work together collaboratively to deliver that service, we're just doing it. And I don't have to tell you, they're cutting school bus service everywhere because of money. They're cutting school bus service everywhere because they can't find drivers. That's happening everywhere. And that's not happening at Groveport, Madison. So very proud of that. Everything else on the report is as stands. And I think that's it. Any questions? Thank you. I'm proud to be a part of this team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Next, we're going to start with special ed.
Good evening, everybody. So the first thing that we are talking about on here is that we met in our special ed committee. That is new to me. It's something I had always wanted to do in other districts. And so I want to give a shout out to Teresa for making me feel warm and fuzzy and welcome. And it was a great experience. They were able to share a variety of things. And so we're going to be working on developing a survey collaboratively about other different needs and things like that. They were able to share immediate some things that we were already able to bring to other people's attention to help them get those worked on. And then we're going to be working internally here in the special department as a whole on our piece and component as it relates to achievement. So what are our goals? How can we use the PLCs to be meaningful for our teachers? Because some of them have various grade levels, learning center kiddos and things like that. So we're working on those pieces for the rest of the school year, including our alt assessment piece. Our alt assessment piece is not great. And so we want to make sure that we're not just giving our kids goal work, that we are actually working with our kids on standards and academics and making them marketable for college and career readiness and jobs. The next slide is stack again. I want to give you an update on where we're at with that PD. So it is in action. They had the last PDs the teachers stopped, and we went out and looked, and they're using some of the things that they have, so they don't even have the whole thing. So it's really encouraging to see. And then we have been including our emotional disturbed classroom teachers as well in that training, because structure, you can only have structure, and structure is good for all of our kids. And then on Monday, our paras, as promised, that I've worked with Dave and Mark about, get their PD on the 20th on Monday so they can support the teachers in the classroom. That's all I have. Anything?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, our next report is human capital report. Mark is on vacation, so his update: para-protesting has begun for our educational aides, and he's working at roundtables at universities. This is where we informally kind of go out and meet with people and build relationships and talk to the groups to help build interest in student teaching placements and or when we post jobs and getting them to interview. It's just a way to give people a feel for the district and who we are.
On this one, when do we go back to OSU? Do we have a date yet, or is that later on? I may be too early.
Spring week.
Okay,
It's
sorry.
like April normally, I think, or March, April. Yep. Okay, next, business update. Dave?
All right, I have two topics to provide a little bit of information on this evening. One of them is the water intrusion issue that we had back at Groveport Elementary, Middle School Central back in July. One of the things that's been discussed at prior board meetings was consulting with an architect and engineer. So I've done so. On the slide we'll flip to in just a second, we've received a survey. The civil engineer hired a survey crew to come out and to see what a permanent solution for that issue would be. Nate, could you go to the last slide, please? And while that is probably hard to see, the red line going down through the center would be a storm sewer running through the parking lot down to the back parking lot. That's based on underground utilities that are in place. It's based on grade, slope. He thinks that if we move forward with this, he can probably reuse the same trench, tie this line into it, and run it to that back parking lot. So that would be the most effective and permanent solution to the water intrusion. As you can see, there's a lot of other information on there as far as tables and just different information that he came across as they were doing the survey. But that would be his recommendation on how to handle this. And then if you can go back one slide, please. Some of the other things that I discussed with the architect is if we're going to do this project, no, one more, Nate. Thank you. And things that were also mentioned in prior board meetings, along with the storm sewer installation, would be to replace there's some wood in old window openings right now to install more of a decorative metal panel in those, an awning over the rear stairwell that goes down to help the water from pooling at the bottom of those stairs, the front awning to fix that so it doesn't leak, add gutters and downspouts to help direct the water away. Also, would be putting in new VCT flooring downstairs. We would need to upgrade and do egress and emergency lighting, life safety devices as well, which is basically pull stations for fire alarms and things of that nature. Ceiling, lighting, and of course, disinfecting walls and painting. So all that being said, right now, we haven't moved forward with anything officially. I did ask the architect and engineer if they could give me a rough ballpark estimate on what we think this project would cost. Be right around $250,000. So I wanted to provide that information to the board as directed to do so. Any questions on that?
Did they identify the existing storm lines and where they are, where's the water flowing now, where the pipes are going into the ground, etc.?
Right now, the closest storm lines are at the back of that lot. There's nothing running in that specific area. Everything is basically just sheet drained towards the lot, towards the grassy areas.
Thank you.
And if this project would happen, would that allow that space then to be used, a usable space, so we could have, I don't know, classrooms or something like that in there?
At that point, it could be used again. I mean, if we put the life safety devices in, new lighting, ceiling, flooring, things of that nature, yes, it's at the moment, as I've talked with architects and engineers, we're not designing it for anything specific. It's just putting the space, making it usable. At that point, the district administration or the building principal, if we decide to move that way, could decide what it was going to be used for at that point.
Oh, thank you.
And then that would determine those extra things, if it's a classroom, those pieces that we need. Who was the company that you ended up using? I didn't see the name. for the civil engineer who did the survey.
Sandsdecker. Any other questions on this?
Do you have drawings for this? This is kind of hard to see. Is that something you can email?
I can email you that, definitely.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you don't mind, just send it to the full board if you don't mind.
Sure.
Thanks.
And just real quick, what is it on here? There's a vault. What's that?
A vault, right now, it's at the very bottom of the page, and the engineer was asking the same thing. It's a concrete structure that's got basically a manhole lid on it right now that is also either a storm or sanitary line, and he wasn't sure based on his initial inspections on which it was. So he was asking some questions, and he even mentioned that if we move forward, he'll do a little bit more investigation to find out what that's for.
So where are the current downspouts draining to that are going off the back of the building? There's a lot.
Right now, they're running behind. They're running.
The downspouts on the other side.
Well, right now, the downspouts that are coming down right by where the stairwell is, they are running over this way and coming down. And those are the ones where I had the collapse lines repaired and that line jetted, but they are over to the right.
What about the downspouts that are on the back door? Remember when we walked back there and there was one that was dented in?
Yes.
And that was just right there on that.
Yeah, it ties into that same line I was just referring to.
Here? So where is that one?
I would assume it would be running over here into this storm line that's on the other side, running in between what is the old maintenance garage. There's like 6 bays. There's a storm line running in between that and the building on the other side and through that walkway. There is a storm line under there, yes. So 4-inch storm line that's under there. And like I said, we've had part of that replaced already.
So this last, I forget, it was a couple weeks ago, we got really
Yes.
severe storms. How did it hold up?
So at that time when that happened, because we haven't had much rain here lately, so as soon as we did get rain, not knowing, our maintenance supervisor happened to go over there, and then a little bit later I went over there. We didn't know that each other did. We did not have a drop of water in the basement. Any other questions on this? Okay, the other topic is I don't have a lot of information. We just found out about this late last week. Superintendent Grube and I attended a meeting at the city. It's the Worked Road project. We are getting more information on this, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware. There's another meeting scheduled where I have both building principals, our communications department, and several others that are going to attend with the city so we can find out all the information. But the city is planning on upgrading and making changes to Work Road. Right now, this is Work Road, and what's going to happen is basically it's going to turn and tie into this road. So this building will be eliminated and the road will change here. So some of the few details that I have is there will be some underground electric rather than overhead power lines that are going to be installed. Obviously, they've got projects that they need to do with both sanitary and storm sewers. So there's going to be a lot of work in that area, and some of it in front of Groveport Elementary and Middle School Central. So that's why we're including building principals in those conversations so they know what's coming also. But again, this information, as far as the information we have right now, just came to us late last week, so we wanted to share it.
Just add a little detail. That intersection is going to be a traditional intersection set of offset, which is obviously the big part of the project. The impact on us because of the buried utility, moving to underground utilities, and there's going to be new sewer line. The existing sewer line actually sits beneath our pull-off area in front of the school. So they've committed to us to having that work done in the summertime when we're not in session. At that time, traffic would be probably only one lane, one way. But there's going to be maintaining of two lanes of traffic throughout the school year. As Dave said, we're going to meet again with the building principals, Ty and Teresa, so we can communicate, so the principals know what's going on, and so transportation can make alternative plans on, as to where we'll have access. Some of this early construction could start as early as in a month, and this could last a full year on the project. So there's been a lot of work and planning on the part of the city to make this as least disruptive as possible. We will at some point have to ask for a couple temporary easements while lines are relocated temporarily above until they're eventually buried and go underground. There might be one permanent easement because I think one of the utility lines might cross a current area of our property, but it was a good meeting, and to do a major project like this, I think they've spent a lot of time trying to make minimum disruption to us and our operation.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the city, I mean, from everything they've shared with us, I think they've done an outstanding job planning this and trying to work around the schools as much as they can and include us. So, and as far as the easements that were mentioned, it's going to be the power company that's requesting those easements.
And it is not going to affect any of our property that's like along there as far as like they won't be taking any of our property there.
Through here?
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. And now we have student services.
Good evening. The student services team continues to enroll students. We will be meeting with the district disciplinary committee. This is a combination of teachers and administrators that is part of the master agreement. And my last bullet talks about, we already had a wonderful presentation by Dr. Denny about Nationwide Children's Hospital and the mobile units. So, do you have any questions?
At this point, how many new students have we enrolled?
Well, since the beginning of the year, we have 1,117 on our roll since we started for the school year. Well, that's just the big number. So.
And is that after the start of the school year, or you're just saying all
Since the spring? That's
Okay.
We have an enrollment list, and I checked that number because I thought you might ask.
Yes, ma'am. I just didn't know after school started, maybe how many of those students may have came after we started school.
I don't have that number, but I can get that for you.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering, because we had a large number, I think, last year where when school started, we had a big influx of individuals that came on after
Okay.
students that did. Thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, the superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the Nationwide Children's Hospital MOU conveyance agreement and agreement for sharing data.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have Mrs. Gray as first, Mrs. Dahlberger as second. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was just going to say to your point when you're talking about some of the conveyance things. I don't know how we want to handle that.
I would, can we table the conveyance? There's also, I have three issues to discuss with the contract. One, it calls for us to have a nurse.
Point of order, just a minute.
Yeah.
We're on, did we skip number 2? Oh,
We're on
certified personnel?
No, we're on number 2.
Mine says number 3 is nationwide, number 2 is the certified personnel. That's what my agenda says.
Yeah, some on board docs, the order has been changed, Kathy. I noticed that as well. On board docs, it goes from department reports to approved Nationwide Children's Hospital MOU. That's not what matches what was sent to us.
So we're on item 2, approved Nationwide Children's Hospital MOU.
Okay. So
So can we start over then?
We already have a motion.
Yeah, we have our motions.
And
We're
the
on
motion
discussion.
is the motion here?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Am I okay to continue?
Yeah.
So item one that I saw, it says this contract stipulates a nurse at every school. Are we currently staffed for that? Is that something we feel we can accomplish? Does that need to be modified?
We currently have nurses sharing buildings, so there's
Right.
one nurse for two buildings.
Yeah, I know that. So that's not reflected properly in this agreement.
What section is that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I made notes. I don't think I did delineate some sections, but let me see here.
So can I make a motion here, John? Would you mind if I interrupted you for a second?
I'd like to get my answer to my.
It's under the GMSD shall. Um, 13 clinic.
Mr. President. can I-
It's
Here it
item
is,
7
like
on page
7.
3.
Thank you, Seth.
But it
Yeah.
doesn't, I guess,
Found it faster
when,
than I did. Thank you.
when I'm reading it, it doesn't say that they have to be there the whole time. That as long as there's a nurse at each school. So,
Yeah, I don't know. I want that clarified. I'm not sure. It could read either way.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it matters to our representative from Children's or not, what their expectation is.
So I would like to say that I just received this information today. I didn't have adequate time to review these documents. And I would move to amend the motion on the floor, which is item G2, not G3, right? The Nationwide Children's Hospital Agreement, to be received as a first read at this point. So that, with no vote for approval tonight, and be returned for a second and a final read after review and by the Parent Advisory Committee and by the board. So that's my motion. Do I have a second?
I have a question before can I ask a question? I know it's slightly out of order, but I don't know what impact that will have on us.
So we just need a second and then we can go to discussion.
Second.
All right. So I have Mrs. Walsh as first. I have
So
Mr.
the
Kirschner as second. On to the discussion, please.
So the reason I'm making this motion is, for one, well, we knew we were talking to Children's Hospital. We had no idea what that was going to entail. There was no authorization to go and negotiate a contract, for one. And this is a significant multiple year commitment, 5 years plus 2 years, then another 2 years. Plus, if I remember, I read it briefly, skimmed it, that the data for the student data can be kept by them for another additional 6 years. So that's a long commitment. The Parent Advisory Committee has not even reviewed this proposal, so the community hasn't been involved in this discussion. That kind of happened with our last project, and we see where that one turned out. The contract includes the data sharing and equipment transfer provision for warranties and full legal and fiscal review. We need to have those documents. I don't know what our, I have a lot of questions about the fiscal responsibility for the district. What's the cost to the district? A multiple year agreement of this scope, I believe, should be looked at with a first read and then a second read. Certainly board members should have more than 2 hours to review a contract. Actually there's 3 parts to this contract. So that's why I'm making the motion to make this a first read, so we can definitely have adequate information, make informed decisions, and that's important.
So
Mr.
my
Kirschner,
question
you got a
was
question?
the timing and what we're up against.
Yeah. Oh, and the equipment. I'm sorry. One more thing about the equipment. So, the equipment came from what was that called? The Ohio School-Based Healthcare Grant, which was a federal and a state grant. So I don't even know if we can legally, according to those grant languages, we don't have the authority to donate equipment. That's the property of the grant. I was reading through that a little bit, and I don't know. I would like to know if we have the authority from the state to donate that equipment. And if we do, we don't have anything showing what the items are, what the cost of the items are. And I just think we need to um, have this as a first read only. Thank you. And I do think it's a good idea to have a partnership with Nationwide Children's Hospital. I just think we need to be informed about the decision.
Okay, I'll start with Mr. Kirschner's question. His question was related to, are there timing issues? They were waiting for approval tonight to have construction planning ready to start so they could start seeing students in December with the grand opening in January they talked about. If there's not an approval tonight, that would delay that start by a month, at least at minimum. I guess I don't know what it would do to the work schedule they have with different contractors to do that. To the question about you didn't know this was coming and did we advise the parent advisory committee? I have to be honest, I wasn't aware that operational decisions like this, we would run through the parent advisory committee. And as far as things going on, I looked at this the other day and we had one, two, three, four, and five board updates. We talked about moving from primary one to Nationwide Children's clinic transfer. So we've provided board updates for that multiple times along. So I hope it wasn't a surprise tonight to do that. But ultimately, I guess I would look for advice if the board wants administration to bring recommendations or if the board wants to make these decisions moving forward, how we're going to be effective in our decision making.
Yeah, I agree. I think let me highlight the other two issues that may help us figure out where we are, or may actually slow the process down a little bit. So I think we need to clarify what a nurse at every school means. Also, it specifies that GM will provide student transportation, and I don't know how that works or what that means.
Yeah, what
What's
we're
cost associated with that?
what we're looking at doing is using van service. The district would purchase a van or vans, and Adam, can you help me out here? I missed the beginning of the meeting where you guys talked about the drivers for that.
Yeah, we had a meeting with me, student services, and Dave Hausman about, that was the one thing that they said is transportation you guys need to do. So we looked about purchasing a van, possibly a used van or even a new van. Since this would be for our students and beneficial, so it'd be a one-time purchase, like the 003 fund, not general fund, for the van. And then the driver, and Dave helped me out here because they had to get van certified, but use somebody, so we're not hiring a new person, use somebody. We have a lot of 3 or 4 or 5 hour people. Have a couple of those people, maybe 2 or 3 people, so we have subs that want to maybe drive 4 hours a day here and there, as you can see their schedule. So the cost wouldn't be for the district a lot; it'd be very minimal, but it would give our students access to obviously to the Nationwide Children's Health stuff and the dental stuff. But that's what we talked about doing.
And then the other side benefit, we would have access to that van for others, whether it's a sport trip or special shuttles that we would need to use when it's not in service. And that's why the transportation would be scheduled like a week ahead of time, so they would know what drivers would need to come in and when.
And we also had Transportation Director Teresa there about how this would work, because Kelly asked a question how this would work, and it would work through our, again, Dave help me, the FMX ticket process where they would pick up kids based on that. The secretaries obviously know how to operate already, and then that's how the van driver would know if that building at that certain day needed 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 kids to be picked up.
Awesome. So did we have a conversation with Children's to know if there's any special needs that this van needs to accommodate? Will it be able to
Like
to
wheelchair,
transport
disability.
wheelchair, etc.?
I have not. I know. I don't know. Looking at no, that's one question we haven't.
I'll
We're
be
just-
honest, that was not part of our discussion,
Okay.
so we could,
Right.
we
We
certainly.
got the general idea, but we don't
Right.
have the specific.
Right.
Okay. So the last part, and I did actually find the nomenclature. It says Children's Hospital under section Roman numeral 2, item 1. It says Children's Hospital will provide all equipment. So that is in conflict with our MOU, with our whatever the name of that other form is. Right. So we have conflicting language where it's saying we're giving them equipment and it's saying they're providing equipment.
Whenever was that, John?
Roman numeral 2, item 1.
And obviously I can't answer that question tonight. We'll need to have legal take a look at that. But I will go back to our previous agreement with our vendor that we had before. And that was when that relationship ended, all of the equipment had to come back to us. But I think they had to maintain, use, operate, clean, all those things. They operated as it was their equipment, but it's actually tied to the clinic, not to the vendor. So we'll have to find out what the conveyance actually means.
Does that make sense? Because I know we want to make the right agreement. We're also I'm sure that Children's is going to have their legal look at it. We're going to have our legal look. Do we need a special meeting to keep it moving forward? And
I would think so, just if we want to stay on target as a
So,
team.
I would say we have a motion to make this a first read, and then we reconvene as quickly as possible once the legal from both sides have come to the solutions. Does that work?
Yeah, that's fine. And you'll keep us up to date on that. Yeah.
So then we'll be waiting for administration then to let us know when legal's done to then set a special meeting date. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just request that, if this gets postponed, that any board member that has questions about the contract, if they put those to the superintendent in writing immediately after this meeting? So that we make sure that we address everything for the next vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yes. To that point, Adam, did you get good notes on that?
Yes. Yep.
I want to just say, Adam, I'd like to see some data on what the cost will be to the district for this, or an estimated cost.
Can you repeat that, Ms. Walsh? I didn't hear you well.
She want to know the estimated cost to the district.
Is this a way, if there is additional cost, is this where we can bring in one of our community partners like United Way to see if there's any opportunities for any additional grants or anything if we talk with them as well, possibly?
Yes.
Just to see, can we consider it at least?
And
Just
to-
so it's not a cost, like if there's money we can find, I don't know, but not to put you on the spot. I see you guys there, but.
and understanding Mrs. Walsh had very little time to review. I will point out there's a 30-day out clause for either side, Kathy. And also the contract stipulates that the children's
30-day out clause for either side.
Okay.
and the children's hospital stipulates that they will absorb all costs with the exception, what I can see is transportation and potentially additional nursing costs if they have a different expectation than what we currently have.
Well, also something like this, I think we should have community input on it, definitely. There's time to have it go to the, that's what our policy says, that we work with the community and get community involvement. This is certainly an important project, long-term project, cost to the district. Taxpayers are going to be funding it. Or are we planning on going back to the Ohio School-Based Healthcare Grant and trying to get more grant money? I think that's still up and running, isn't it?
Does anyone know?
No, I'm not off the top of my head.
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that.
Off the top of my head.
I know, Kathy, what I was suggesting is that we would look and see if there was other grant opportunities. So I'm sure that we would look at that in addition to working with our community partner as well.
Mr. Coyer, do you mind rereading the motion?
So I got the first. I got the first motion, we had a first and a second, but then we didn't have a vote yet. The second motion is Kathy says, I move to amend the motion on the floor so that this item, the Nationwide Children's Hospital agreements, be received as a first read only with no vote for approval tonight, and then we return for second and final read after review by the Parent Advisory Committee and receipt of full financial information.
I would like to remove the parent advisory because we do not have an active parent advisory committee anymore.
Has the parent advisory met this year?
No, we don't. The board policy, if you'd read the board policy, it shows that it was only to be for one purpose only. Purpose had to be stated, and that we could only, had to be for a certain time period. And what else was it? Oh, and it has to be the participants and the parent advisory has to go through the superintendent.
And we haven't met this school year, unfortunately, as we are the process for that.
Right, because now we have to actually go through the proper process. Because
We just
we
had
were
a
going-
meeting on July 22nd of this year, right?
So I said school year, Miss Walsh. Sorry if you didn't hear me.
You said the beginning of the school year.
I said school year. My apologies if you didn't hear me.
What policy are you referencing, Lily? Can you just send me that and I'll look it up later? We don't need to take time away from the meeting.
And are we going to add what Mr. Kirshner and I was talking about regarding the special meeting once legal counsel is consulted to do the special meeting to stay on track with the construction? That in addition, we'll come back. Mr. Kirshner was talking about that, to keep things on par, if we all agree to come back and do another meeting to vote on it if this is a first read for the team, for the board.
Well, yeah,
And then to come back after legal, both sides have looked at it, made any adjustments. We review that again and then vote so we can stay on target with the construction and start seeing students in December.
yes, I agree.
Okay, so that would be removing the parent advisory committee and then adding in that language regarding legal counsel review.
Yes, and a special meeting to vote on it as well, as soon as the legal review is complete.
So does the board feel that the parent advisory committee would be too cumbersome and not appropriate at this time, or is that something that you think we should incorporate?
So I was based off what Ms. Gray was stating, I think we need to probably have another discussion on that with the policy piece. And then we haven't done anything this year. We still had to close out. And when I mean this year, let me restate this school year. So we met last school year. Last meeting was the summer in July, which we still need to close that out to then move forward into this year. School year, excuse me, not calendar year.
But as far as our appointments go and our committee goes, I believe that dates back to the January organizational meeting.
Right, but then there's
It doesn't
also,
say a school year, it has a certain time period.
and it was a time period, so if we could table that discussion, if we can, and we can bring that up.
I wasn't bringing it up as a general. I just meant in regards to this exact issue, in regards to are we agreeing that that's not timely cumbersome?
I'm open, I mean, if we can, it is a specific purpose, and we can look at the policy to see how we can incorporate that. I
If we
think the
do that,
survey would be great as
if
well.
we do that, we can move with the motion as read and then just add the legal.
But we would have
We
to,
would have to still have the parent advisory. We'd have to have them be
So which is the preference?
I don't want to delay Nationwide from being able to provide the services.
Agreed.
I really want community input.
I'm not sure that we can accomplish both. That's why I'm asking.
I think maybe even a survey, if we could, that could be an option. Then that way it could be done pretty quickly to still get the input. Is that not, once, and it could be a specific purpose, identified in the policy to get the feedback, and use a survey tool to obtain said feedback at the same time as the legal updates to then do the vote. And then that way we're getting the feedback from the current parent advisory group, even though we're doing applications and then things again for this school year, that could then solidify the need. But we would then have to probably have another special meeting to identify the purpose and all of that, correct? But I think that's another question, and that we would need more time to plan that out. But
Yeah, I think we would need a special meeting, and then this would need to go to the November regular meeting at that point for a vote. We're trying to do a survey.
Yeah.
Which we can do.
So you're suggesting a survey of the members of the parental advisory committee?
yeah, I mean, but even Kathy mentioned getting community input. I mean, we could just do an overall survey. But I would, if we're going to do that, I would love to hear from our teachers, because I remember last time we had this, and I believe our GMLEA president spoke about the importance and the challenges that our teachers have with students not needing medical attention, and they weren't able to get that. And that was a very vital part in how I decided to vote for the last clinic that we had. And I think if we're going to do that, we definitely need to hear from our teachers, because they're grassroots, boots on the ground, as well as the parents. So if we're going to do that, I definitely think we need to include them as well, with all due respect.
So my question is, we have agreed then we're leaving in the parental advisory input, and we're going to have to work on the mechanism for that. Is that what I'm hearing?
We would need to schedule a special meeting to go through that, and then I guess we would then postpone the vote until the November regular meeting, which would give time to put out the survey.
So I'm not understanding, we would need a special meeting to go through what, Seth? Because you said go through that, and I,
To go through what we want on the survey, if that's the route we want to go
a
to get
survey.
input.
Do we need a survey?
Well, you said community input, so I was just thinking, with especially our teachers, we can't leave our educators out of the conversation. Because they're the ones with the students 9 months out of the year, majority of the day, Monday through Friday. So it would be imperative for us to have that input from them as well.
Well, yeah, we can have the staff, certainly. They're at all the student advisory meetings. I mean, they're represented there for sure. Staff is very important, but our parents, they're with their students every day of the year. And I think if we're going to be putting their data out there, they should have a voice in looking at that part of the contract at least, and saying what they feel about that.
Ms. Walsh, I didn't disagree. I just said I wanted to make sure we added the educators in the community input. That's all.
Oh yeah, of course,
Thank
I
you.
agree completely. The educators, definitely, everybody.
So
The community.
So when
What
we,
our policy says, we engage the entire community.
so what Seth was saying, Mr. Kirshner, was that we would need to set aside time to develop what those questions would look like, to survey the community input as we are discussing now, as we are saying we would like to have that as we move forward with Nationwide Children's. Therefore, we probably, unless we're going to wait until November, which then could delay the construction piece, or we could try to schedule something a little bit sooner so we can get that survey out, get those results back, have that community input, special meeting to vote on it. So 2 special meetings basically, one to develop the survey, then to review the data, and to the vote on the contract with Nationwide, so we can stay on track with the construction piece. So it'll be 2 special meetings before November if we wish to keep the time frame that's presented.
I think we could do one special meeting and then have the data, we could have that data sent out ahead of time for the November special meet or the November regular meeting and then vote on the contract in the November regular meeting. As long as we get that back out.
Isn't that going to delay this whole
Yes.
process?
Yes.
You know, Nationwide has,
So I believe, if I'm understanding correctly, the idea of the survey was for to help us with our time constraints and be more timely.
Yes, sir.
But what I'm seeing perhaps is that maybe just a meeting and possibly a meeting of the whole where the board is concerned with the parent advisory committee and any staff that wants to be present and just plow through it might be faster than trying to prepare a survey, get it out. I think we could probably schedule a parent advisory committee, get the notice out, and have that quicker than we could possibly develop a survey. What do you think?
I would think if we're going to go as far as the community input, we might as well just get it out to everyone and give everyone an opportunity,
Okay.
especially because I don't want to put that on the educators if they have an opportunity to look at it and report in that way versus forcing them to come if that is the goal. But I mean, I'll yield to the colleagues. That's
All
just my opinion.
So the motion that Kathy read with the addition of the language that Libby added for legal review is good to go, and then we can have a separate motion on the survey for the parent advisory committee.
So I think right now, as it stands, Mrs. Gray asked to strike out the parent advisory committee.
because we are going to be out of violation of our policy if we have a meeting without going through the proper process.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting
So
that.
if you do that, then just have a community meeting and it's open to the public, just like this meeting is.
That works.
That works with me. Community meeting.
Well, just like this is, but the community can only ask questions. We can't respond to them. We're in a parent advisory committee is much different than a meeting like this because there's back and forth conversation. They can ask questions, we answer questions, so it's not just like this.
Yes, ma'am. But I know you mentioned the community as a whole, so I was just trying to make sure we got the community as a whole.
That's fine.
All right. So,
Rein it in.
Mr. Coyer, can you? All right.
All right. Okay. All right. So let me read Kathy's first motion first, and then we'll edit this. All right. I move to amend the motion on the floor so this item, the Nationwide Children's Hospital agreements, be received as a first read only with no vote for approval tonight. So we're okay with that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And their next thing was and be returned for a second and final reading after review by the parent advisory committee. But we're not going to do that.
Correct. Mrs. Gray requested that we strike out parent advisory committee, and we are, I believe, in agreement that it would be a community meeting.
So we'd have a special board meeting for the community to come to talk about this. Okay. Are we good with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just have a committee, a special board meeting for community input. Are we okay with that?
Yes, and can we just be in agreement? Doesn't need to be part of the motion that this will be more of an open floor type format, similar to what an advisory committee would be.
We can probably put that on the notice when we do the special board meeting. Is that
Be more like a workshop.
like a workshop? Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to hold on real quick. I just want to make sure we are good. Okay, we're good. I'm good. Okay.
And then the last thing she said is, and then receipt of full financial information, which is I'm assuming okay. And then Libby added also wants to do a full legal review.
No.
Or not you?
That was Mrs. Dowdellberger.
Okay.
Or Mr. Kirshner. Okay.
All of them need to have all their questions for the legal review.
Yes, and before the meeting.
Before
The committee.
like tomorrow, they need to get the questions so that superintendent Drew can get the information to them.
Okay, so then in a full legal review, and have questions to Superintendent Libby?
Yes.
When?
Within,
As soon as possible?
how about within,
No, that's not.
Right.
how about within 72 hours?
Within 72 hours. Okay.
So I'm in my motion to read.
I'll read it. All right.
And
Yep.
the
All right.
treasurer's gonna read the motion that we're gonna vote on, right?
Okay. Yep.
Correct.
All right, here. I move to amend the motion on the floor so this item, the Nationwide Children's Hospital Agreement, be received as a first read only with no vote for approval tonight, and be returned for a second and final reading after review by community input at a special board meeting. Period. Also, receipt of full financial information and a full legal review. Period. And, and then have questions to superintendent within 72 hours of today.
Yes.
Second,
All right, so that was Kathy first.
It was
John
Okay.
second.
that was my question.
Mrs.
I was,
Walsh and Mr. Kirschner.
I wanted to make sure I knew whose motion that was. Thank you.
Walsh first, John second.
All right. Any other discussion? Hearing none. On
I
to roll call.
no,
Oh,
I had one more
okay.
thing, just not saying we have to, but what about, I just want us to think about in the event we have parents that can't make it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Could you restate, please?
I was just thinking about that, with us not doing, like a communication, where someone who maybe work nights, they won't be able to participate if it's in the evening. So I was just saying, just kind of keep in mind those parents that may not be able to make it to the community forum. That's all.
I would suggest one option is that, since I don't believe we'll be taking any action, we could make it available for teleconferencing, etc.
That's fine, I think, as long as we hold it here. Nate, that's something we can do.
Of course,
Perfect.
they can do anything.
All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, on to roll call, please.
So roll call on that motion. Okay, Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Mrs. Dettelberg.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes.
And the first motion, just like the first motion, we got a first and a second, but that motion we don't have to vote on because with this one superseded that one. Just let everybody know. Okay. All right.
On to item 3, please.
Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following certificated personnel items as outlined on the attachment.
So moved.
Second.
Mrs. Dowdleberger is first, Mrs. Gray as second. On to discussion. Hearing none, on to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Dettelberg.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item 4.
Superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following non-certificated personnel items as outlined on the attachment.
So moved.
Second.
Mrs. Gray is first, Mrs. Dowdleberger is second. On to discussion. Hearing none, on to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Dettelberg.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item 5.
Superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve payment in lieu of transportation reimbursement. The Ohio law allows for public school districts to determine the impracticality of transporting resident students attending schools not located within the district after consideration of a number of factors. Upon that determination, the school district is permitted to offer payment in lieu of transportation to the parent or guardian. The Transportation Department has completed studies, and residents in affected areas will be offered a payment in lieu for the 2025-2026 school year. The initial list of families being offered payment in lieu of transportation is attached as executive content since it lists the students' names.
So moved.
Second.
Mrs. Gray is first, Mrs. Dowdleberger is second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I am missing the list. It's not in board docs that I can see.
It was on,
Say that again?
Are you logged in as a board member?
Yes. I believe so. I could see everything. I could see
they're-
all the other attachments. There's nothing.
John, they're on the agenda that was sitting at our desk.
Okay. All right.
So, and my question would be, did all of those parents request this, or was this just a decision made by the district?
It is a decision made and offered, once it's determined to be impractical, offered to the parents by the district.
Thank you.
On to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh,
No?
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Mrs. Dotterberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Abstain.
Motion passes. On to item 6.
That's
Yep.
you, Mr. Treasurer.
The treasurer recommends the Groveport Madison Local Board of Education approve the following board meeting minutes from July 8th, 2025, August 12th, 2025, September 9th, 2025, regular meetings, the June 16th special meeting, the September 2nd, 2025 special meeting, September 16th special meeting, and the September 9th records committee meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Mrs. Gray is first, Mrs. Dabbleberger is second. On to discussion.
I believe that, well, let me ask the question. Should the 9/9/25 Records Committee meeting be approved as presented?
Yes, that was just because that was me and Mr. Groove and Seth. That was 6:30 before the other meeting on September 9th.
How do we, I'm looking for the language that we use to approve meetings when we weren't in attendance.
I think we just accept them. So I can change the motion just to say to accept the meeting minutes, just to accept them. I'll
Thank
change that in the motion, just to accept the records committee.
Thank you.
So do we need to pull that off because we're approving the others and accepting 9/9/25?
Well, if it's okay, I just added accept the 9/9 meetings to this motion. If that's
Okay.
okay with the board, just to accept that one.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
All right, on to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner,
Abstain.
Mrs. Dutterberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Since there's no attachments, I'm saying no. Thank you.
Motion passes.
Can I ask the reason for the abstain, Mr. Kirschner?
Yeah, the depth of the documents and the time that I had to review them, as far as, especially when we threw in the Records Commission.
Okay, thank you, sir.
On to item 7.
The superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following special education contracts and amended contract, as there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 attachments. And just to clarify, the names listed here are the contractor, not the students.
So moved.
Second.
Have Mrs. Gray as first, Mrs. Dabbleberger as second. On to discussion. Hearing none, on to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
And Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Dutterberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item 8.
The superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the Groveport Madison High School senior class Kings Island field trip as indicated on the attached form.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Kirschner as first, Mrs. Dabbleberger as second. On to discussion. Hearing none, on to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Dutterberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item 9.
The superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the Groveport Madison High School swim team trips as indicated in the attached form. There are 3 trips.
So moved.
Second.
Have Mrs. Dabbleberger as first, Mrs. Gray as second. On to discussion. Hearing none, on to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Dutterberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item 10.
The superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the Groveport Madison High School basketball team scrimmage trips.
So moved.
Second.
I have Mrs. Gray as first, Mrs. Dadelberger as second. On to discussion. Hearing none, on to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Mrs. Dettelberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Motion passes. On to item 11.
Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the 4 attached MOUs with GMLEA.
So moved.
Second.
Mrs. Gray as first, Mrs. Dadelberger as second. On to discussion.
Yeah, could you go through those for us, please?
The first MOU is an agreement which allows us to be able to hire outsource for hard to fill positions. Those positions were all posted. We tried to fill them. We weren't able to fill those, and those hard to fill positions. It was either there was nobody available or no good choices that we were able to outsource to do that. So GMLA was waiving or was giving us the right to go ahead and do that for this year.
Okay, thank you.
Item 2 is it's about payment for stipends for unit members serving as the role of mentor for SLPs enrolled in the American Speech Language Hearing Association clinical fellowship experience. And it goes through the details of what that is.
So is that the same mentor program we were going through before?
Do you want to address it?
No. Okay.
Would you like to come up?
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah,
The fellowship for SLPs.
for the SL. Thank you very much.
Okay, the third item, Groveport Madison Locals, it's a MOU that permitted full-time release of the association president, but also allows it to switch back to 50%.
Oh, okay. We
Release.
were having 100% before.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, understand.
And then the final one is an MOU about Article 11 class size,
Mhm.
which talks about equitable class size should be maintained within grade levels.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. I appreciate you going through them.
Can you go over the third one a little bit more in depth, please? I'm trying to follow that one.
Okay. Adam, I know you worked on this a lot.
Yeah,
You wanna
so
talk about
during
it?
negotiations last time, we agreed to work on an MOU after negotiations over to have full-time release for the president only, but GMLA would pay her whole salary. So this is finally the MOU getting done. After the fact, after we negotiated, we agreed negotiations. The MOU finally got done, but obviously Joy is moving on, and Tammy is going, but she's going back to halftime. But the good thing about this MOU is GMLA has reserved right to go back to halftime already. But we have to have this MOU done because the first year, in the first 2 months or whatever this year, we had a full-time release president. So we can bill them at that amount for that amount, but then it goes back to what this MOU says for the halftime. That's all it is.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
All right, on to roll call, please.
Oh, sorry. I'm not trying to hold anything up. Hopefully this is quick. Adam, do you have any input onto the equities, class size equities? As far as its effect on us financially or any problem with that? It's all good.
Okay, none? Right.
No, I was just asking.
None.
Okay, thank you.
All right, on to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Mrs. Dettelberger?
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item 12.
Just if I could quickly, we had Joy's resignation on the agenda tonight, and then we passed these MOUs. I wanted to quickly introduce, in case you don't know her, the new GMLA president, Tammy Rodich. Tammy. Yeah. Don't call it a comeback. You've been there before. Did you want to say anything to the board? You don't have to.
I'm sorry, you have to go to the podium.
Thank you for the welcome. It's not a brand new position for me. I did serve before Joy, but that was many years ago. So I'm happy to be back in the role and happy to work with all of you.
Thank you.
Thank
Excited
you.
to have you on with you.
Thank you, Tammy. Okay, next item, the superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the model United Nations trip December 7th through 9th, 2025.
So moved.
Who wants it?
I'll take the second.
All right. All right. Mrs. Dowdleberger as first, Mr. Kirschner as second. On to discussion.
I do have a question. I know we approved a lot of our trips, and we talked about before if there was any need, Adam or Jamie, for some of our clubs and sporting events where we could support them through our Ed Trust with the work that some of the board, we do every year. Is there any needs that have come up? I think Model UN was one at one point, but I didn't know if there was a need.
Yeah, I haven't heard any need yet. No.
Okay, thank you. I knew for the music part we did, but that was the only one. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Good. On to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Mrs. Dudleyberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Motion passes. On to item 13.
Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the contract with Accurate Electric.
So moved.
Second.
I have Mrs. Gray as first, Mr. Kirschner as second. On to discussion.
So if you remember, I'm trying to think back. Dave, will you come to the mic, please? I think we brought this to the board previously, not the actual contract, the proposal.
Yeah,
Help
it
me
was
out,
on
Dave,
the
I'm sorry.
it was on the July 12th agenda. Everything was approved. This is just the contract that was sent that the attorneys prepared and everybody has signed off on. So that nothing has been added. Everything was approved at August 12th.
So you're saying we've already voted on this?
I'm sorry if I said August. It was August 12th is when it was approved. I apologize if I misspoke and said
She
July.
had a question.
So are you saying we already voted on this contract for the electrical package?
You voted on awarding to move forward and create the contract. All of the numbers were in there. Everything was prepared by the legal counsel, so nothing has been added.
You're talking about for the 4500 building, right?
Yes.
Okay. So is this for all 4 sections of the 4500 building?
For the electrical work, yes.
For all 4 sections?
Yes.
All right, so I'm super confused as to we are approving a contract that's already been signed off on 8/21.
No, the original agreement was brought forward. It was the award with the financials, but we didn't have the finalized written contract at that time. It's some redundancy.
I'm just saying, what I'm looking at says it's already signed by you 8/21 and by Accurate Electric. So it's already executed contract, correct?
Yes, it is. And it was to award the contract for the 4500 South Hamilton Road renovation project, electrical and equipment scope to Accurate Electric Construction.
So you're saying we already approved Accurate Electric?
Yes.
Or did we approve the construction manager?
No, you approved Accurate Electric.
Why is it already signed and dated on August? I'm confused.
After this was voted on by the board, it was sent to legal counsel and they sent it back and said that it was ready for everybody to be signed and executed.
Okay, so why are we voting on it?
Just basically for the board to be aware.
Yeah, I have here where we voted on it and it was approved, so I don't really think we need.
If I remember right, we had the bid. You guys approved Accurate Electric getting the bid for the stuff, but the contract the amount was there, but the actual contract, if I remember, maybe wasn't, or it wasn't there at the meeting. So that's what this is. This is actually approving the contract.
Yeah,
The
Well,
amount didn't
it says
change.
it was for
Nothing
475,000.
yes,
Correct,
this
and
was
that's
for the awarding of the contract.
Yeah, we already approved this.
So this is right.
But this is the contract
the actual
itself.
contract
This
with the-
was just, yeah. So it's just procedural.
Formality. Any other questions?
Nope.
All right, on to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh,
No.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Dellenberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
No.
Motion passes. On to item 14.
Okay, this is a discussion item. Nate's gonna come up. He's had this in his board updates a few times. We presented to the board a few times. And previous things brought forward were not approved. And so I think we're looking for direction, what the board wants us to do. So these are the proposals that we have right now, but I think Nate will tell us that if we choose one of these, we're still gonna have to get updated pricing and quotes because it's been a while. So I hope I didn't steal all of your thunder, Nate, but go ahead.
That's correct. I don't really have much more to add other than we're just seeking direction from the board because previously we were directed that the board wanted to make the decision and we don't want to overstep.
So as I understand, one of the people proposing Warling proposal, which was very vague, that gentleman is coming in Thursday.
That's correct.
And so he's going to get the
hearing
loop working. And from what I read in his proposal, it appears that as he's doing that, he's going to get a better grasp of what all we need and most likely make his proposal more.
Okay, he did not convey that to me, but
okay, I believe that's the case. So I would suggest he's not charging for Thursday, correct?
it appears that way.
So we're getting someone to finally get the hearing assistance system working. So let's let him do that. It's at no cost to us. And then I think we'll have a more comprehensive understanding of what we actually need from the lowest cost bidder after that point.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
My question is, did we have an actual scope of work for this, or did each individual contractor design their own system?
Each actual contractor designed their own system.
It's obvious from the proposal.
Yeah.
But it was based off our conversation, right?
Yeah, I went to them and said, this is what's requested. This is what we want. We want better cameras. We want to be able to stream easily. We want closed caption. I don't know. I will have to reread the proposals because I haven't reread them in a couple weeks, but I don't know if or remember if closed caption per microphone is any of those proposals. I think it might be in one of the three, but not.
I think they all call. I think as I
do they all have
it appears that they all call for that to be third-party software. They're saying it may have the possibility. All of them will have that capability.
I know they all had closed captioning in there, but I can't remember which ones had for each speaker or just a global closed captioning.
That's a product of the conferencing service that we use.
Okay.
The only question I had is with the person, I guess, that Mr. Kirshner, for, I guess, are you and our business manager, the work that's being done is in kind. Is there any type of agreement as far as if something was to happen or something that's damaged, where are we at to protect that just in case? As far as liability, are we verifying liability insurance and stuff like that? Because I know it's in kind, which is great, but just to make sure we're protected from that standpoint.
So you're asking if we have vetted liability for
Like
our stuff being broken?
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna, from what I understand, Mr. Kirshner, you can tell me if I'm wrong. You said he was gonna come in and fix the hearing impaired system as an in-kind, no charge, right?
Correct. And,
Okay.
I would say that as part of this process, any of the vendors should be required to have the insurance that matches.
Right.
The,
That's why I was just
board
making sure we
insurance.
had
And-
something in writing. You know what I mean?
Mr. Kirshner, did you say it was broken or needed fixed, or did you say it just hadn't been
No,
installed?
to our dismay, It's always been there, and no one's turned it on or bothered to address the control system to make it work. So it's sitting there, wired in, and needs turned on and balanced, as far as I understand.
I don't know.
I guess I would,
Accurate thoughts.
I would look for a little more direction from the board, because we can't just ask people to design a system and then go with the lowest bidder if we're not comparing apples to apples. So I don't know if you want us to agree on what the appropriate scope of work is and put it out for competitive bid, because to have the numbers out there and just go back and ask for price quotes for different setups and different equipment doesn't seem like it's true to the nature of bidding.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, the three systems we have are just worlds apart. The three different quotes are world apart from each other. So I believe that would be an appropriate thing to do. And if we wanted to assign a facilities something or other committee or whatever for that purpose, I think it would be great to have. I think questions could be sent out, and or we could have further discussion here as to what we expect the system to do, and warranty items, etc. It's a simple system, but there are quite a few parameters we could put in place, such as what we expect from auto level control. The systems give us different push to talk functionalities. So yeah, I think leveling the playing field and what we expect from the system would be excellent. So I agree totally. How we get there, I think the board can probably maybe have a meeting where we walk through I can walk through the functional differences of the three systems, and we could agree on what we like and what we don't like, and probably pretty simply create a narrative from there that gives the bidders more of a level playing field.
Do you feel comfortable with putting together a scope?
No, I
Okay.
absolutely do not. It's
All right.
outside my
All right.
wheelhouse, but I would have no problem searching for somebody to help me do that.
Okay. I was just thinking.
I think if we had some type of committee or that, I'd be happy to help with that. I did the system that's in Madison Township Community Center. I did the system in Canal Winchester. I'm not bidding anything. I'm not participating, but I would be happy to lend my expertise. I did the Canal Winchester City Council building recently, so it's right inside my wheelhouse. I'd be happy to work within whatever parameters with the board and Nate and try to get it so it's apples to apples. If you wouldn't want me to help in that capacity, but I do agree, however we do it, that it would be great to have bids from multiple companies that give us what we want, not just three different opinions.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is to find someone to help me build a scope of work for this space.
Yes, and
to bring to the board to help get feedback from the board on what your expectations are for that system to be.
And
we build.
Yeah, and I would beg that we please let Mr. Warling come in and make the hearing aid loop work, since he's offering to do that. It only makes sense, in my opinion.
Only, you guys mentioned three. You mentioned three systems. Is that based off the contract? Because I don't want to make sure we have an outline of what we have.
The three systems is kind of that each vendor heard what we said we wanted, and then went about their own way of making that happen.
Okay.
And so your NPI, your X-Tech, and your Warling proposals all accomplish that in different ways.
Okay.
So if you build a scope of work, everyone bids that same scope of work.
Okay.
And
I would say one other thing that I guess what we already have, if they could consider what we currently have and then how to build upon that, because I believe I wasn't here when this building was built on the board, but as a community member, we'll love to see how we could still reutilize what we have and build from this, if that is a possibility.
Well,
that is more along the lines of what I would say that's only along the lines of what Mark Warling was proposing was utilizing Crestron system, which is already in place, which is very robust and functional. And the others were basically scrapping the system and starting at a level of cost that I did the entire Canal Winchester community building for all of it, including 82-inch screens, etc. So I think that is why I feel very strongly that we should get down to a scope and exactly what you're saying. We have functional mics, functional speakers. I don't think we need to scrap it. I think we just need to make it work and get the volume balanced, good streaming, good cameras. So when you look at it, you can actually hear people on YouTube and see us clearly and get us into the 4K world where everybody is. But I don't believe we need to scrap amplifiers. We certainly don't need to abandon the Crestron control system, etc.
I would just say that when I looked at these, I'm not an audio video tech. My construction tech was electrical and glass and glazing, storefront. But it was like reading through Apple storages, or what we called them when I was in construction, comparing a Cadillac to a Chevette. So there's two different things, you know. All I would say is I noticed that I think two of the systems, and don't ask me which ones, would integrate with captioning software that is available, you know, at a $20 a month fee, but it would identify the speaker and be accurate. So I would just want to be sure that whatever system it is, and it would be able to have that functionality would be extremely important to me. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions for me?
I don't know anything about this stuff.
Thank you.
I don't feel like we landed the plane. What's our go forward?
So Nate, can you come up again? So what I heard is that we're putting together a scope, correct?
Yes. Just how do you want it accomplished?
Standard.
That?
Yep.
Do you want me to work with Nate directly? Would the board authorize me to help Nate with the scope, or would you want to do that?
Yeah. That's fine. I'm good with that.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Roger.
All right. On to item H, Treasurer's agenda.
All right, Nate's going to pull up my stuff for me so you guys can see it. Again, cash flow for September. We had revenues totaling 6.2 million, expenses 8.2. Again, this is just in line with the past year, last September and September before that. So nothing jumped out at me in these numbers, as you can see in 3 slides over. Again, personal services 4.1, very similar to the prior month. So nothing popped out at me there. Charter receipts, as you can see the next slide. Obviously, unrestricted grants and aid, totaling almost 2 million. Again, that's our state foundation. We did get our property tax allocation in of 1.6 million in September, which is right in line with very similar actually, in line with last year. It was 6.13, like 400 and some was off by just a couple $100, which I was hoping that would go higher, but it did not. Expenditures, again, 73.4% of our expenditures are in personnel, insurance, and retirement. And then the majority of the rest of the expenses for the month of September was in purchase service. Again, change from prior year, not a whole lot. Revenue-wise, not much. Our state foundation went up a couple, 243,000. Expenses, pretty much in line. Purchase services were higher. Just again, special ed costs. It's just we have a lot of special ed costs. I mean, I can't get into detail with that, but we just have a lot of special ed contracts. Actually, you guys are approving a lot every month, so you guys can see that. The good thing is our supply cost was way lower. We had some huge supply purchases last year in September that we didn't have this year. So that kind of offset the increase in purchase services almost, as you can see. So that is that. And then my one action item, let me get back to the board. So H2, a motion the treasurer recommends that the Groveport Madison School Board of Education approve the 4-year forecast as outlined in the attached report.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Mrs. Gray is first, Mrs. Dalberger is second. On to discussion.
And I'll talk a little about that, and Nate could bring this up. And again, why I noted it's a 4-year forecast because the law changed. It used to be a 5-year forecast. I still do a 5-year forecast like every other treasurer. We just kind of hide that 5th year when we turn it in. Has to be turned in by tomorrow. So Maria and actually we've been working on it today. So tomorrow morning she can hit the button to approve it. This fiscal year, as you can see, as we go down, and it's small, but revenues are about almost 106 million, a little over 106 million actually. Our expenses are going to be a little over about 103 million and a half. So this year, I am still confident that we'll show a revenue over expenses of about 2.6 million, which is fantastic. The issue after this year is we're in the red, almost 4 million next year. And then it jumps up to 7.7 million and then 12.1 million. And then if you do the 5th year, like we still do, that jumps up to 17 million. So that's the issue that not only we are having. Now, I looked at my 5-year forecast I did last year, and 2027 was like 1.9 million. Now it's 3.3 million or 3.8 million. And so the question is what happened? Well, the one thing that happened was insurance increase went from 10%, which I had budgeted, to 20%. So out of that difference of about 1.9 million, 1.6 million dollars was that. Obviously last year I was hoping for 10%, it's a 20%. And then special ed cost would easily
Is
go
that health
300.
insurance?
Health insurance went up 20%. I budgeted 10% last year.
Didn't know
So-
if it was property insurance.
No. So if you ask, well, what happened if I forecast? That's the main culprit, obviously. Now, also the culprit is our property tax. Obviously, I reported last month that our property tax did not increase at all. Actually went down $750,000. And as you can see, the line 12, 1.01, I had 41.2 million coming in general property tax real estate last year. That's exactly what we got. Now I'm budgeting only 40.9. So I am thinking we're going to lose $300,000 in property taxes. And again, I explained last board meeting that we had about $250,000 more in refunds. But I got from the county that our delinquencies in the past 24 months went from $1 million to now $2.3 million. So again, and of course, I asked the county, hey, what's the percentage of them coming in? They will never give me a number because you don't know when they're going to come in. But delinquencies are up $1.3 million. Now, if those all come in, that numbers could change, but you can never hope on those because they're delinquent now. So, so that's kind of how my numbers changed over the past really 6 months.
So you're saying that the property taxes that we were expecting to go up because everybody's property values went up.
Correct.
The value went up, but our taxes went down.
Correct. And again, this is House Bill 920. I can talk to blue in the face, but this is the real numbers. When people say, like last year, I get it. The average was 45.9% in Groveport. That taxes, that property values went up. I'm not going to debate that number, but what I can debate to you is how much we got in property tax revenue. Now, if a lot of delinquencies come in this year, which I don't think they will, then that may number go up $1 million. But still, we're only increasing $800,000 from prior year, not 45%. Because again, House Bill 920 takes into effect the property taxes. So,
can you give us an update on what has been voted on?
like the exact millage.
So the governor vetoed, then it went to the House and the Senate, and now the House voted yes to.
Yeah, what's not even these numbers because we've had meeting. I have another seminar tomorrow. Is the House Bill 186, which is the amended House Bill 186. Now the treasurer's like, oh, let's just take that. They're trying to amend it because we did get big increases the last 2 years of like $3 million, as you can see in my 5-year forecast. Now before that, the previous years, before that, and I have a slide to show that. The previous 7 years before that, we went from 32.1 to 33.5. Like in 7 years, we went up $1.3 million, like hardly nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we did get 2 big jumps, which was nice. But again, not 45%. It was more like 10 or 11%. But now what they're saying is, since Groveport, it really affects Groveport and Canal since, and it's on the analytic I showed you. Nate, can you pull up the analytic? Yes. If you pull up the analytic, what they're hopefully never happen is they're going to say, we're going to retro back. In those 2 years, you got a big jump. We're going to take that money back away from you, which is unheard of. Now, a lot of people are saying it's unconstitutional too. Like, you gave me the money, now you're going to go back and take it away. If that happens, I think it's an absurd. It's over like $10 million. We only went up $3 million to $3 million. Like, you're going to take that. Go to the very bottom, Nate. Keep going. There. Right there. The proposed cuts in House 186. Actually, sorry, is that 15 million? Yeah. 15 million. We only went up 3 million, 3 million each year. It's unheard. Like, I mean, now what they're trying to do is, public schools are just under threat right now. I mean, obviously with this, again, it really affects us in Canal and Hamilton. As you see other schools, no. It really affects us. So that's not even in here yet because it's hopefully not going to pass. But if that passes, then obviously this whole changes. Now, granted, they'll say it's a one-time hit. One-time hit of $15 million.
But that's 15 million every year, right?
Well, what they're saying
you don't get it back.
What they're saying is right now it's saying it's a one-time hit. But then, but again, a lot of people are saying it's not constitutional a bit. But my number is only 40 million. You're going to take 15 million in 1 year, like 2 payments. One in August, one in March. Like,
you might close the doors.
You don't do that, but luckily we have some cash balance. But yeah, and so the treasurers did that seminar. I mean, in that sheet, and that whole thing's in your packet. But Nate, if you want to go back up a little bit, since you have that up, can you go up one more, right there. As you can see, this right here is our actual 5-year forecast of line 101, and I want to show you guys where I said earlier from 2015 to 2016, we went from 32.1 in actual revenue to 33.5 in 7 years. That's not a whole lot of money. So I get property tax bills were going up for some, but obviously for others they were going down because that's my actual revenue. Like, there's no phantom revenue, there's nothing, that's all I get. So, and now the last 2 years we got a jump up, you saw there, about 3.8, then another jump of 3, which is nice because property taxes went up. But for 7 years, it went up and went up and went. COVID hit, went back down, and then it grew a little bit. But so this whole property tax debate, which I'm sure everybody's tired of hearing about it, so am I. You got to stay attuned to it because it really is going to affect schools. I'm not going to say you vote either way or how to vote stuff, but it will definitely affect schools. Yes. And the property tax debate about getting our property taxes won't just affect us. I mean, it's libraries, metro parks, roads, fire, police, bridges, like all that. And I get it. I don't like paying property taxes either, but I'm just saying, please keep aware of what's going on out there. And again, this whole spreadsheet's in your packet.
This one's different.
That's just the first page of it. I'll get you the rest of it. Well, we emailed the rest of it to you, but I'll get you the rest of it. That's just the first page and a half.
Yeah, this was very helpful, Adam, when looking at that to kind of look and see where we are and see on the analytical sheet how out of all the district we're the one that's kind of going to get hit the hardest based off of what you shared on that last the Excel file. So. Yeah.
And do we know when on the one that passed, when the Senate is going to?
The House Bill 186, the amended one that shows that? No, there's not. It's in session right now, but no. And I mean, OASBO and BASA, everybody's obviously has their lobbyists. But
it passed pretty good.
Yeah, I know. In the House, it passed. So the Senate, we'll see. Back to the vote.
Yep. Any other discussion?
Sorry.
All right, on to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Dotterberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item I, executive session. Sorry.
Before you read, I just want to say, Adam, thank you for putting this together and making sure we still see the 5-year, even though it's not required, with us being accustomed to that. So I just wanted to point that out and thank you for that.
And thank you. In the board docs and stuff, I did include 5-year Excel spreadsheet, and every treasurer's trying to keep doing that.
Thank you.
No, you're good. All right, the board moves to enter into executive session to consider the investigation of charges or complaints against a public employee, official, licensee, or regulated individual unless the individual requests a public hearing pursuant to RC 121.22G1 and to discuss matters required to be kept confidential by federal law or regulations or state statutes pursuant to RC 121.22G5.
So moved.
Second.
Mrs. Gray as first, Mrs. Dowdell-Berger as second. On to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Mrs. Edelberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Motion passes. It is 9:50. We are in executive session.
about that.
It is 11:50, and we have returned from executive session on to item K, comments, announcements, and other business.
I just want to say congratulations to the high school. They had their fall award ceremony tonight that we weren't able to make because we had a board meeting. But thank you to the administrators for inviting us, and congratulations. I think we had about 100 or so, 155 as for account students that were recognized for a fall evening of excellence. So kudos to the high school for that.
Yeah, that was the first year to do it like that.
It was,
In
yeah.
Spring.
Yep, they're doing 2 now, so I'm excited to see that.
On to item L, adjournment. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
I have Mrs. Dowdleberger as first, Mrs. Gray as second. Any discussion?
Just note to the record that Kathy Walsh left the meeting during executive session at what time?
10:32.
And I put that in there on the reconvene part. I did add that.
Yeah, it was 10:32.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, on to roll call, please.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Elderberger.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
It is 11:51, and we are adjourned.
That's